Exclusive.
That tiny fox in a big world is a prime example of the reach of gaming today. A labor of love conceived and created by a single developer in Halifax, Nova Scotia is today commanding gaming's largest stage.
Andrew Schuldeis is the creator of TUNIC. At an early age, he became acclimated with video games through his own NES and his neighbor's Game Boy, playing games like Zelda 1 and 2, Metroid 2, and Star Tropics. He knew at an early age he wanted to make games. In university, he studied computer science and animation. Seeking community, he made friends and connections in the indie game space, participating in game jams and attending trade shows. Facing a future with an employer that increasingly didn't match his passion, Andrew made a fateful decision. On February 13th, 2015, he posted, quote, "Beloved, 2 weeks ago I quit my job to make a game about secrets and legends." Over the next 7 years, Andrew worked on TUNIC, an isometric action-adventure game about a tiny fox in a big world where you explore the wilderness, fight monsters, and find secrets, evoking Zelda aesthetics and Souls-like combat tropes. First working alone, he was soon joined by producer Felix Kramer, musicians Lifeformed and Janice Kwan, audio director Kevin Regami, publisher Finji, and developer Eric Billingsley. After years of hard work, travel, trade show demos, E3 appearances, and much anticipation, TUNIC was released on March 16th, 2022, to widespread critical acclaim. Now, I first saw the game's trailer during E3 2018. A year later, I discovered a small TUNIC demo set up in the FWA game room and sat quietly with it, enamored. In 2021, I cut my teeth with the summer E3 demo and yearned for a release date. And then finally, on release day in early 2022, I got my paws on the game. Within a few days, I'd done almost everything the game had to offer, having just about the best experience you could hope for from a casual playthrough. But I needed more. I joined the newly formed speedrun community and quickly fell in love with the speed tech. Having commentated but never run in a charity marathon, I took a chance and set a goal to submit TUNIC to Fastest First Spring Spectacular, and to my surprise, it was accepted as a bonus game. As a shot in the dark, I reached out to Andrew to ask if he'd be willing to promote, donate, or commentate the run, and that started what has kind of turned into the best community developer relationship I think you could hope for. Now, since joining the speed community, I've been given ownership of our speedrun.com presence and community Discord. I've designed and created a speedrun guides website at tunic.run. I've had the opportunity to interview Andrew for an exhaustive look back at the story of TUNIC's development. I've been lucky enough to run any percent in the Spring Spectacular, True Ending in the fight for abortion rights, all relics at FWA, and any percent unrestricted in a recent GDQ hotfix. And just recently, I was accepted into AGDQ 2024 as the opening run of the marathon. TUNIC has obviously meant a lot to me. I've met many friends and gained a lot of self-confidence through my investment in the game and its community, and that is in no small part thanks to the chance that Fastest First took on me. Today's showcase will focus on the full breadth of Tunic's speed game. We will be taking a look at glitchless any percent all the way up to like anything goes true ending. There will be a couple races, a short tutorial for a cool category, and we'll conclude with a randomizer race. I've tried to make sure we don't bore you or double up on material, so sit back, relax, and let us show you all the ways in which speedrunning and our community can make your Tunic journey all the more special. Alright, before we get started today, I want to cover a few things. We won't be talking much about the casual playthrough of Tunic. We strongly recommend that you play through Tunic as blind as possible and well before you engage with the speed game. What I would like to cover instead are just the basic rules that govern every category in Tunic. Each category might have their own specialized rules and adjustments, but what I'm about to go over is just kind of the boilerplate for every run in Tunic. All runs must be played on the most recent version of the game. They must show the in-game timer through the enablement of speedrun mode. No fail mode, no stamina restrictions are not allowed to be enabled, and combat difficulty has to be set to normal. We don't allow any mods or macros. Tunic relies heavily on the frame rate that you run at, and tricks perform differently at different frame rates. So we have runners pick either 60 or 120 hertz. Finally, music is not required, but the sound effect audio is required, and we require all runs submitted to have adequate audio and video quality. Alright, with that out of the way, let's get set for our first run of the day. Good afternoon, Fastest Furs. How do you like that intro? Excited? Anybody here? I can't hear any of you, so I'll just have to pretend like you're all super excited. Welcome to the Tunic Showcase, the takeover of Fastest Furs today. We're going to be doing a lot. We're going to be showcasing lots of different categories, lots of different rule sets, and the way we've tried to lay out what we're doing today is sort of as a slow ramp up. So we're going to start with any percent, and with like the most restrictive rule set. You can think of it as a glitchless, but we'll talk about why it's not exactly glitchless in a little bit. And then over the course of the next few hours, we're going to ramp up to a much longer and sometimes shorter categories, and we're going to layer on tricks as we go, first with minor glitches and then eventually major glitches. So I've never hosted before. There's a lot of runners that have never run in a marathon or any kind of showcase before, and there's a lot of runs that we've never shown in any kind of situation like this before. I don't think New Game Plus has ever been raced before, and I'm not sure True Ending Unrestricted has ever been shown. So we've got a lot of new stuff. We're also kind of pioneering some new layouts, some changes to our back end that I would say maybe we're betaing, maybe we're demoing before our Fall Fest in a few weeks. So please be patient with us. We're going to try our best to put on a great show, and we're definitely going to have problems. So before we start, I did want to draw some attention to the Fastest First Fall Fest. I did just mention that. That will be November 10th through the 12th. And the way I like to think of that is Veterans Day weekend. So if you have Veterans Day off, you have no excuse not to be there all 3 days. I'm sure someone helpful in chat will drop a schedule link, but it will be in support of Trans Lifeline as always. Wonderful charity. We will have a grand prize of an OLED Nintendo Switch and Tears of the Kingdom bundle, which is pretty cool. First time we've had something like that. Speaking of prizes, the prize submissions are still open. What prizes might you submit to incentivize donations for charity, you might ask? Well, consider Steam keys of like a game you might be running, commentating, or you just like that's in the marathon. Twitch gift cards, Steam gift cards, stuff like that. even something little goes a long way toward incentivizing everybody getting together to donate to charity. So check that out if you're interested. And of course, returning for a second year will be Fastest Furs at FWA 2024. And the reason I bring that up, even though it's so far away, is that room blocks for FWA open November 1st, which is this coming Wednesday. So if you're considering going to FWA and you want to see our second ever FurryCon installation for speedrunning, please keep that in mind. Okay, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Glace, who will be running any percent restricted. Welcome in, Glace.
Hello there.
How are you feeling right now?
Nervous but good. We're good.
Nice. If you weren't nervous, you're not playing Tunic, so I think we're both on the same page there. Give me a quick overview of your Tunic speedrunning history, if you don't mind.
So with Tunic, I got in pretty early. I was fortunate enough to be kind of around at the ground floor, kind of routing things out. It was a lot of fun. Did a lot of very unoptimized things. Um, there was a while where I kind of took a hiatus and actually pretty recently came back into the scene. So I've been trying to de-rust and catch back up on new tricks that have been found, new like quality of life that's been added to the game, and just kind of reconnecting with people and relearning this game.
Yeah, we are super happy to have you back. Me specifically, because I was originally going to run this category and I absolutely did not have time to de-rust on it. Meanwhile, Glace shows up on the scene, steals world record just a few days ago, and nope, so which applies no pressure at all to this run, right? None at all.
None
Um,
whatsoever.
so let me quickly talk about both the category and the rule set we're going to be running today. So this is any percent, so pretty easy to explain. Press new game, roll credits. Unless you're doing some kind of credits warp, which we don't allow, you kind of understand what you're in for there. But what you might not know is that we're going to be running restricted, which is the same rule set I ran at FWA for a different category. Get in your mind like a glitchless rule set, right? So all the tricks and skips and things we know how to do in Tunic, none of that's allowed, right? But in addition to not having glitches at our disposal, we're also going to go a step further and actually say there's a couple in-game mechanics that are not allowed, which we'll talk about further in the run. And that's just because there's so much baked into Tunic speed game and just mechanics of the Tunic game casually that allow you to kind of break the game if you know what you're doing, that it's very hard for us as a speedrun community to design categories that deviate and delight in different ways. So that's why we call it restricted, because we're like picking and choosing specifically what is and is not allowed. And we hope, what I think what you're about to see is that if you've played Tunic casually, restricted ends up looking like an optimized kind of speed run of what you remember playing the first time through the game, because you can't just break it with late game information. Okay. Before we get started, I'll say thank you so much for the raid, Merle. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everyone, to our Tunic showcase. I hope you're excited to see Glace run any percent restricted. Are you ready, Glace?
If you can stall for like 60 more seconds, I should be good.
Okay. 60 seconds. Okay, so Merle, wonderful fox friend, has also run Tunic, I believe, New Game Plus, no major glitches. So a little bit of a connection there with the raid. Remember having a wonderful time playing casually, or watching, I guess, Merle play casually in Tunic, and then helped teach them how to run New Game Plus. And I think they de-rusted recently for a charity marathon. Maybe not charity, don't remember. It's okay, doesn't matter. Using some of our guides available at tunic.run. I won't say we have guides available for every single run, but for the basic ones like any percent and New Game Plus, some pretty good resources out there, which we'll take a look at later in the showcase. So, how we doing?
We are good to go if you are.
Okay. Well, you're the important one here. Good luck. I'm gonna give you a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right. So this is Tunic.
Yeah, that's it. I can't tell you anymore. It's all secret. Now, speaking of secrets, we're going to use some secrets right off the bat. Okay, don't want to talk about how you get some free bombs, but you're gonna see this happen in basically every category in Tunic. For each of the bomb types in Tunic, you can get one free bomb per playthrough, and that helps us sequence break a little bit. And it's kind of mandatory, I'd say, for all routing, no matter what.
Okay. It might be on my end. If you can explain what's happening while I fix this real fast.
Sure, we have no game audio. That's what we're taking a quick pause. Like I told y'all, we're gonna hit everything that could go wrong, and that's fine. That will not impact the amount of fun and cool stuff we get to show off today. I see Sparky says, psst, psst, which I'm sure Discord just ate in the noise cancellation, but that's fine. Thanks, Sparky. Appreciate that.
Okay, cool, cool, cool.
You get to try again.
All right.
Okay, you ready for a faster countdown?
First person to restart their run in a marathon. Let's go.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I speed ran the countdown that time. Okay, so Tunic is an isometric action adventure game about a tiny fox in a big world where you explore worlds, fight monsters, fight secrets. So the first secret, bombs. Yep, type in bomb code. You'll figure out how to figure out the bomb codes later. Yeah, we get one free bomb per type. Specifically in this route, Glace is gonna pick and choose where those bomb codes are typed in. It's not really, it's more like a player preference thing, I think, would you say?
Yeah, pretty much everyone types them in the same place except for me. But I like my method.
So the regular bomb, which none of these items have canonical names, okay, so we're gonna try our best. But the regular bomb takes out those bushes, and then once we grab this quick chest, there's a really precise setup here using I think digital movement, at least that's what I do, to get that firebomb to explode just barely through the wall enough to catch those bushes on fire, which allows us to run over to this teleport pad without aggroing the nearby enemies and set up for another teleport later in the game.
The first
And we're already
minute
off.
of this is very front-loaded. It's so hard to like live commentate this because like, oh, we're here, we're here, we're here. But now we have a nice little pause where we just run through the beach.
Mm-hmm. The one good thing about Restricted is you're not inundated with tricks constantly. So while it's still a pretty fragile run, unfortunately, there's very few runs in Tunic that are not fragile. You do get a few pauses here and there that other runners and routes don't necessarily get to take. You see Glace skipping the traditional money routing there that you might have seen in FWA. We'll get to that later. But now we're descending into Frog's Domain. We always go, well, not always, in most cases, go to Frog's Domain to pick up a special item that is like an elastic, sticky tentacle that comes from a portal to another world. We could just call it an orb, I think is maybe the best way to describe it. Maybe colloquially a hook shot, you know, whatever you'd prefer.
Totally not a hook shot.
Yeah, not a hook shot. But that's going to open up a lot of required pathing we'll need. It gets us around early in the early game. and it is required to get into some later areas. So you most of the time see routing to Frog's Domain pretty early. However, you usually don't see runners actually run into Frog's Domain through the casual route. So see, you can see we're already taking a route that maybe you took in your casual playthrough. Now, why specifically, Glace, are we venturing through the entirety of Frog's Domain?
So there are a few things that we want to get, and we are, as you might guess, pretty limited on resources right now. So we need money, we need attack upgrades, and we need to save as much dynamite as we can. There are skips to this area, but all of them use dynamite, which is better spent elsewhere. That money chest we opened will be very important very soon. This is an attack upgrade, which will also be important very soon.
Now, why did this room get darker? I don't know about you, but I miss that ladder about half the time. I'm just saying. I guess we don't have the lantern. It's fair.
This run unfortunately manages to hit every dark room in the game.
Yeah. That is no joke, and we're gonna find out what that refers to shortly. Now, in most categories, we would just die here and death warp back, right? Which would be mighty convenient. But you're gonna watch Glace quickly ascend out of the entrance of Frog Domain and into Atoll to power 2 of the fuses, the eastern fuses. And that is almost entirely because it is just slightly faster to do that now versus coming back later in the game and moving around the entire area, going to all 4 corners of the ruined Atoll.
Yeah. So much later in the run, we need to head to the library, and the key to getting in there is activating these 4 fuses that are in the 4 corners of this map. So we're going to do 2 of them now, and then literally at the end of the run, we're going to come back and do the other 2. There's our friend Crab. We say hello to him.
Excuse me. It's Cakes. All right, get it right. Yeah, very convenient damage down. Very cute Crab. But there's one other important piece of the routing here. Not only do we get to get these 2 fuses out of the way early, there is also a lot of money.
Yes.
Right here, conveniently placed.
This is one of the highest money chests out there. It has a nice convenient enemy to kill us. So
it's a sub 5 death.
First of several death warps.
And my contractually obligated segment. This is Resurrection. That was Resurrection. So the first time you die in every new game, you get sent here for some lore. But if you have a bomb equipped, actually most items equipped early, you can use them even though you have no inventory access or UI. And so if you have a bomb ready, you can just take 1 hit and skip, significant amount of time, 20, 30 seconds, something like that. And we're already into another area. You think this is slower. This is like, this is the slow any percent. There's no slow category in Tunic, okay? You gotta pay attention. You gotta keep up. So we're grabbing money here, berries for much later, literally the end of the run. And, maybe technically those berries are not for the end of the run, but one of them will be, maybe. And glass cannon. So it's a trinket we can equip to like a card slot. Again, no proper names for any of these things, but it's going to let us basically drop our HP to 1 and set anything we hit on fire, which we're going to use like basically immediately. You saw Glace equip the glass cannon card while she was falling off the ladder. That's like a core technique in Tunic that you want to practice no matter what category you're running. Being able to menu when a chest is opening or when you're falling, like in those moments where you're not losing any time and you can do setup. This is very scary.
This whole area has to be done at 1 HP because we need to be able to catch things on fire.
I have died many times hitting the wrong bush there. That little swipe right there was a bait to set those bushes on fire, but also get that rudling to step forward so we could roll through the swing. If you roll through that swing with bad timing, you're dead. So it's a pretty tight. It's not as scary as it looks, but a lot of tricks in this game, a lot of routing. Like the speed game is just difficult because we take everything. Oh wait, yeah, quiet time. Sorry. All right, let's go. Round of applause, everybody. I need
That
claps from
was
everybody.
the first boss in the game. He was a little short-sighted.
Yeah, he's trying. I do want to point out to everybody that Glace did skip the easiest 5-second flask in the game, so if we ever run out of health, you're to blame.
Point
And that's our
laugh.
first bell. That's so the bells you never get to see in most of the speedrun categories that allow glitches, right? Because we can sort of bypass what they give us, but in restricted, we have to hit both, which is what makes this route so interesting. And just conveniently, because we already have the orb, we can transition from this little shortcut over to the first fuse we need to power to get into the fortress. And the routing almost entirely revolves around that just being convenient.
Yeah. When this route was like first being developed, it was kind of we have to go here eventually, and oh, it's kind of scary to be here, as we'll get into in a second. But there's an item that we're heading to now called Muffling Bell, which ends up being hugely useful through the run, and it kind of like turned this run on its head when this route was figured out. So this is the first of 2 areas that are very dark areas. You're supposed to have an item called the lantern. Getting the lantern is slow, and we'll be fine. There's spiders in here. Don't worry about them.
Yeah, I would say this is probably one of the harder things to pick up when you first learn this category and rule set, because it's hard to route it out. Okay.
This is definitely the scariest room in the game for me right here.
That was sick. That was so good. I mean, I'm not going to say early. Yes. Okay, so normally we would use a lure there, right? We just picked up a lure. The spiders would follow the lure. But Glace has found a route that doesn't require the lure. And, you know, it's we don't even have time to talk about it. But all you need to know now is that we saved one. We still have a lure for later.
In our back pocket. This is our friend. Sometimes he's nice to us, sometimes he's not. Today he's being nice. He's gonna come up and if all goes according to plan, he'll just stare at us menacingly. And leave
You gotta
us
be
alone.
careful when you leave that room. If you leave the room before the fuse hits the ground, it doesn't actually stay powered. Fun fact.
That's a great way to lose 20 seconds. Why do I know it's 20 seconds? Don't ask.
Yep. She will show you with video evidence. So neat fact about this game. Maybe you played through and had to power all these fuses to open this golden door. If you power that fuse that was just powered, the siege engine is accessible from any teleport. And now we've upgraded our attack and died. And now we're back in the overworld. Now, how that works is Glace threw a firecracker while the death animation was playing, menued off of Glass Cannon, which put her into like the easiest way to die quickly, back to Muffling Bell, and then initiated and then skipped all of the upgrade cutscene.
There's a few things happening there.
Yeah, just a few. Now we're going to Chili's. Yeah, we need our pepper and our wand before we go through maybe potentially the scarier of the lanternless segments.
Yeah. So if
You
you
kinda
couldn't
made them
see what
both
was
scary
happening,
now.
yeah. If you couldn't tell what was happening because it was too dark, like, here's your second chance. Like, we managed to squeeze both dark areas, like, back to back. So this is Dark Tomb, as you can tell from the title.
I can read that for sure, yeah.
There is a skull there that we have to hit, a skull here that we have to hit, and then going to throw a lure off the world. Excuse me, friend.
Pushing
Gonna
that
go
orb back out so you can
upstairs.
see where you're at, right?
Yeah. Here is a very useful item. And then going to head back downstairs and down the ladder while everyone's distracted.
So that card that Glace just picked up is called the the orange peril ring, which when we're less than 20% HP, we do double damage. and it's extremely important in most of the speedrun categories, but like absolutely critical in any percent restricted. This room is very scary. There's a lot of lasers.
You might notice a trend. Every room is scary.
Yep, that's okay. It's good. We have pretty precise routing for where to kind of position the Fox and throw a firecracker to clear out some of the turrets. We lifted a lever that you couldn't see, and that opened the door, and that was Dark Tomb. Give Glace a round of applause. That we can't hear, but I'm just bathing in it. So now we're in West Garden. Later in the showcase, you'll see a way into West Garden, and you'll see all of the effort that is wasted in this category. But first, we're going to pick up the Speedrunner Sword, which is also a mainstay in most of what you're going to see today. And Glace is going to basically just go on a very nice jaunt around West Garden, say hello to Terry.
It's my friend Terry. He's going to follow us around.
Glace, are you the originator of the name Terry?
Technically, yes. When the first true ending was being routed, I just had some random notes in a text document. And original Any Percent did this, what we're doing now, just having Terry chase us through the garden. And in true ending, like, you have to pick up stuff there, so I just had the note, kill Terry. And I sent my notes to someone, and their response was like, who is Terry and what did they do to you? And it just kind of stuck from there. So the legacy of Terry will live forever.
So as you can see, here's Jerry, Terry, Larry. But we're gonna save here anyway, and you might be like, why are we saving here? I thought we were trying to set up Death Warp all over the place, and we are. We're trying to Death Warp in place this time. First, Glace is gonna run over and get the Ice Dagger, which is a key component into our evil plans for domination of this category. And then we need a little bit more attack to make sure that we can take on the boss of this area, which is required to get to the bell.
If you read the instruction manual, it recommends you to have 3 strength before fighting them.
Also 3 defense, but who's counting?
We're getting there. So that, we did trigger an upgrade. You can kind of see it there last frame.
Yeah, we're at attack 3 now. And both attack upgrades, we saved probably 20 seconds of not watching the upgrade cutscene. That's scary.
Yeah.
No, that's the name of the chump pig. Oh, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, okay. So up next is the Garden Knight, and this is kind of scary. Even just a few pixels in either direction can make the boss kind of behave and move around the arena a little bit differently. But because of the orange peril ring,
everything's under control. I'm not terrified, and neither are you.
And look at all this cash. It's worth it. So that was the Garden Knight, and I will say a lot of any percent restricted runs end there until you learn just the cadence of the fight, and even when you do, they still end there all the time. But here's the bell, and so now we have access to the Seal Temple. Are we going to the Seal Temple? Absolutely not. Now that we have sort of all the required items for, I guess, the ability to proceed later, we're kind of starting the Tunic boss rush, which you're going to see is kind of the backbone of any run here, right? There are 3 hex keys that we need to place in the temple to be able to finish the game, so that requires us to go to each of these 3 bosses and collect those keys. The boss routing in this category, specifically like restricted rule set in general, is super interesting, because generally it's like a hub and spoke. Like we do the overworld and then we kind of venture to these 3 places to defeat the bosses in whatever the most convenient order we can. But in this run, we've already kind of primed access to the siege engine for the red key. So you'll see how quickly that gets kind of routed in.
A little far forward here, but it's all good.
That's fine. We don't need to talk about that trick. So that's ridiculous. I think that actually came from a dumb screen share that we had like 8 months ago, but it's fine. We'll talk about it some other time.
So
This
there's a
is
lot
way
of
more
things that are
interesting.
about to happen.
Yeah.
What we're gonna do is shoot that man to anger this man. We're gonna die, put on Muffling Bell, start an upgrade. We saved here, so we respawn here. Now we're going to, because we have Muffling Bell, we can kind of sneak past people. But we still want to take damage, so we're gonna aggro them, kill this person because they throw bombs at us, freeze him, get shot, so we're at 1 HP. The guy's frozen, so he can't chase us, and now we're at 1 HP and running away.
Now these are the berries we want for the end. Yes, that whole sequence of events is way more complicated than it was, say, like 2 weeks ago, and you can all thank Glaze for that. But that is significantly faster because it saves us from having to save and quit a second time after we take damage and then run that route in secret.
That was originally Silent Destroyer's idea. It was like, I was thinking about this, but it's not like safe or consistent. I was like, that is the words I love to hear. But so this is another area where you're supposed to have an item to go through this. You're not supposed to go through the purple soup. There's an item called a gas mask, or the mask, or whatever you want to call it, that prevents the health drain. If you notice, my max health is now 0, but as long as we don't get hit, we're okay.
Yeah, and weirdly, you can just kind of cancel it. So it's not dangerous, really. It doesn't actually do anything as long as you don't die in the middle of it.
Yeah, so saving and quitting and resuming, we got our max HP hit back, and now you can see the damage that the sniper did to us.
I just see 3 semicolons. I don't. Yeah, so that sniper shot that Glaze took at the very beginning of the quarry has persisted all the way till now. So we take that shot early so that we can do double damage now. So there's a lot of setup like that in Tunic. You're thinking way ahead. Where do I want to save? Where do I want to death warp back to? Glaze is not dancing. We call this the donation elevator, or it used to be called the donation elevator until it was routed out of every other category. So it's still a nice break for restricted runners. But yeah, this is Ziggurat. This is usually the scariest part of like most Tunic runs, but it's pretty routine for restricted, which is a wonderful breath of fresh air. How do you feel about Zig?
It can go wrong. So the scariest thing is, if you remember back when we were up at Quarry and we like saved right before the sniper, that's where our save point is. So if something goes bad enough that I die, we're heading back there. Also, this is like a mid-boss. He's gone.
Yeah, that ladder doesn't activate until you defeat the second phase of the Administrator. If you played through this game casually and kneeled before that boss only to have him kind of activate and attack you, you fell for it. And I was there too. But now we just get to walk down this... I have forgotten the name of this game.
Tunic.
No. Wow. Okay. Thanks, Glaze. The game that this is referencing, Monument Valley.
Monument
That's
Valley.
what it is. Or Fez. Who can say?
Yeah.
No, there's another Fez. Never mind.
There's a Fez room.
Yeah.
These are the official lore ladders. There's some lore right there. This is the El Lore Vader. So my biggest complaint about where the things I've done to this route in the past 2 weeks is you can actually menu in this elevator. Like, this was a great checkpoint. You like changed all of your equipment, did a whole bunch of stuff, and now you equip one thing and just sit here, like stare at the foxes.
That's
There's
pretty
going
cool.
to be a lot that happens right after this. This is the gateway between Upper Zig and Lower Zig. Upper Zig is fun, Lower Zig is whatever the opposite of fun is. So we're
Yeah.
going to grab some dynamite. Gonna equip the dynamite. We're going to run through a small gauntlet, screaming. And then we get to the double admin fight while being chased by spiders.
Fight. I'm gonna put big quotes around that. If we're in a fight, we have not done this correctly.
We attack them. That's more than we can say about most things here.
You're not saving. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine here. So, yeah, when you watch people play this casually, it takes them like an hour to get through here because they try to kill everything, and it turns out you can just run through all of it. And now there's 2 very important dagger shots, and we're good. There is actually no fight here.
This is the scariest part.
Oh yeah, for sure. This happens in a lot of categories, and you learn how to execute on this pretty early. But the only thing gating progress in this area is powering that fuse. So no fighting for us today. Let's go. That had to hurt though, right? Like,
Ladders are slow.
yeah. Back pain is forever though. So what you're about to see is it's not a quick kill, but it's a lot faster than, say, a casual playthrough. It's what I call ice juggling. I don't think anybody in the community calls it that, but that's too bad. This is my showcase, so. We're basically going to do a lot here. Okay, now we're spinning. Okay, you're fine. I
Everything's
believe.
good.
I don't know if I should talk anymore. So the fox is glowing both blue and red. The red is from the pepper, which adds 1 to our attack for maybe like a minute. And the blue is the speedrunner code, which down patches a technique that we're utilizing. Thanks for adding the drama to that fight, Glace. And to get the blue key. Yeah, basically, if you use the wand and the ice dagger on the same, within 1/15 of a second of each other, you instead shoot an ice beam, which can freeze enemies. And that costs 4 mana, but in version 1 of this game, it only cost 1. And it was a mistake, and it got patched, but the wonderful developers on the TUNIC team decided, we'll give speedrunners an 8 input code they have to type in like 6,000 times during each run, so they can down patch in place for 80 seconds that cost to 1. And so we're just going through that cycle of like freeze, get 2 hits in when the boss is about to unfreeze, and we're already at another boss. See, I told you, the siege engine already unlocked. Do you want to talk about this, please? This is less stressful, hopefully.
Yeah. So while this poor siege engine is dying, at the very start we activated all of those fuses with all the candle people around, and siege engine's gone.
It's dead. That's it, you can talk about it.
Yeah. So if you look carefully at the center of the explosion, there's a fox.
Radiant.
Radiant fox.
Do you play this game because there's so much ice beam?
I play it because there's foxes.
Okay. I'll let chat figure that one out. So we're gonna put this key into the plinth. Now you all know the word plinth. Go look it up. I don't have time to explain it. And now we have 2 of the 3 keys.
Got the red
that's it.
fruit gusher.
And now you normally see a death warp there, because like we normally don't power this teleporter pad. But we're off to the 3rd boss approach, I suppose. And remember, we've been here already.
Yeah, so
We're going
remember
back to
the
a toll.
start when we activated those 2 fuses at the very start? Yeah, we're back for the other 2, 20 minutes later.
Yeah, it's actually, it was very hard for me to remember that I'd already done 2 of them sometimes when you get here. So in Restricted, you're not allowed to clip through geometry. But nothing says you can't clip other people through geometry. And so this becomes slightly longer than using glitches, but still fun, still fast. We just need to get that frog out of the way. and we're off to the final fuse, which will give us access to the library. This can be a little scary. By the way, Muffling Bell stops those Slorms from activating. So if you try that without Muffling Bell, you're going to get in for a nice surprise. And sometimes that bird, formerly known as Twitter,
Yeah, they can like activate those fairies, and then you're not having fun.
You can technically shoot them while you're praying, which is how we figured out you could slide away from the second fuse in the quarry while praying. Does it save time? It doesn't matter. So we're going to the library. Glace, I haven't let you talk a lot. Do you have anything on your mind?
Like things are going pretty well. Like I know I shouldn't say that out loud, but it's been a pretty smooth run so far.
You have recovered from things that I haven't even had time to explain why they were scary. So you're doing great so far.
I'm still thinking about Guard Knight, I'll be honest.
Yeah. that hitbox was swinging counterclockwise toward you, and it didn't matter. It is faster to go on the right side. The isometric angle makes it look like maybe that's a little not like optimal, but because the twisting stairway goes to the middle, if you take the left path, it's slightly slower. You can thank Glace for figuring that out. And we're on to the I almost said final boss. Oops. The final boss of our 3 hexagon collection. And wouldn't you know it, it's time for some ice juggling.
So this is a librarian. They're cool because they're left-handed. Unfortunately, they also don't have a lot of HP, so there goes the librarian. He's left-handed.
I mean, they're also frozen, so that's why they're cool. Okay. I can't...
It's like 1 frame away. Look at that.
Listen, I don't even do that in my PB attempts. I don't throw those bombs before picking up that jelly bean. But so we deathport back to the quarry, which conveniently is located like 1 fox roll away from a teleporter pad, which is actually a huge time save versus like saving in overworld. But in order to get access to the end of this run, we need to go to that temple that we opened using the bells some time ago, after that garden night that you don't want to think about, and we need to drop off the keys. We need to unlock. And we're gonna see our first instance of like just free time save because of cool developers. It used to be before speedrun mode, which by the way, we require speedrun mode, and you can see the timer ticking away in the upper left corner. You would have to watch every single one of these cutscenes. Well, okay, no, 2 of the 3 cutscenes. But now if you have speedrun mode turned on, you can just pause and quit out of them.
Yeah. And it's worth mentioning with that timer, when you see me quit to menu, you see the timer turn red and stop. The timer is tracking in-game time versus real time. And that's the
Correct.
discrepancy you're seeing versus the like stream timer, which is tracking loads, and the TUNIC timer, which is removing loads. So it's just a very accessible, like easy timer. It's so good.
Yeah, if you're like hyperventilating, if you're on a fast run, you could literally just wait between a save and quit and continue for like a few seconds, breathe and continue, and then we'll decide if it's valid or not later. Okay, so we're going into the last fight, and every other category hates this part, but you know what's cool about restricted? You just run up and press A.
I also hate this fight, but
yeah. No, that was the part that's cool about restricted. Now the rest of this is extremely difficult, and everybody put your hands together for Glace because they're gonna need all the energy they need. That was more of like a prayer reference, not like a applause reference, but we'll just either one's fine. That sword damages you down to 1 HP to put you in range of the orange pale ring to do double damage. And you also have to type in the speedrunner code between the time that you're hit by the sword and the time that the fight starts. So if you like misinput that code, you're kind of dead. And if you don't win this fight on the first attempt, you can't proceed with an attempt because
no pressure.
Yeah, this is a fight that's intended to be lost. So much so that if you have no fail mode and turned on in this fight, it actually deactivates for this first encounter. But luckily, the developers were cool enough to say, hey, I mean, if somebody can do this, I'll let them. The hardest part of this is doing the ice juggle with the available mana you have, because you have to menu 2 berries and eat 3 during the fight to keep this up.
Time is coming up now.
That's it! Time!
That is a 31-14.
That is an excellent time. What? Wait a minute.
Hang on. That's record. By less than a second, but that is literally world record for this category.
Okay. Yeah, we round, the in-game timer shows 007, which is funny to me just because I'm that person, but like also because it's precise, but we round up to the nearest second. So sometimes we get ties, but Glace, this is me asking you, do you think that could have gone any better?
I mean, I lost time in Forest. But no, this was a super smooth run. I'm so pumped that it went this well. It's record, what can I say? That's cool.
I do not mean to trivialize this demonstration because I know you put a lot of work into it and we're very nervous, but I knew it. I knew you'd do it, so thank you so much for joining this showcase. Thank you for demonstrating any percent restricted. Chat, let's give it up for Glace, please. What a fantastic start to this showcase. Could not have asked for better. I don't think we're gonna see you. Yeah. We'll maybe we'll get to that. You do that every time. I don't know if we're gonna see you again in the marathon, right? Maybe in chat. Do you want to
I'll
give
be in
any
chat.
shout outs and maybe talk about where people can find you, what you'll be up to next?
So I'm a super antisocial person usually, so I don't do a lot of streaming or socials and stuff, but I am in the TUNIC speedrunning Discord a whole bunch. I am just Glace on Discord. I'm gonna get a good time in this category, and then I don't know, 100% unrestricted. I don't know, we'll see. But definitely like for shoutouts, like I could sit here an hour naming everyone in the community. Like there's
Go.
so many people that have contributed to this run. You have contributed a bunch. Silent. I want to give a special shout out to This Is Wind. They were the record holder until I stole it. A lot of what they developed in the run is very evident in here. There's just more people than I can name. So thank you to everyone. This is such a cool, fun community.
Yeah, thank you for being part of it. I think I've said that already, but I'll say it again. And I'll just echo the sentiments. Like, one of the coolest things about speedrunning, if you can kind of take the competitive edge off a little bit, is that you build on, everybody contributes and you're just building a taller and taller tower, like getting closer and closer to the best time. So, a bunch of people put work into this initially to kind of lay the ground floor. Then Wind came in and kind of added a couple optimizations. Now Glace has come in and added optimizations. Who knows where it will go from here, but it's always so fun to see like people kind of bring their own angle and expertise and kind of like challenging assumptions and remixing what we already know to arrive at what is a better time at a game that's always been there. Always. It's been out for a year and a half, but like whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? It's only been a year and a half.
Shout outs to Andrew Schuldis and the rest of the team that developed this game. Like the things we were talking about with like the speedrun timer. Like Dicey reached out to us and was like, hey, what would be cool to have for you guys? Like Dicey, Kevin, the whole team, like everyone's super like into runs of their game, which is it's such a cool, like wholesome thing to see. I know I like fast forwarded through the credits, but everyone there deserves like full congratulations for this. It's such a good game, and also shout outs to Fastest Birds for putting on this, um, letting us put on this whole showcase. I know that you've been putting copious amounts of work into this, Rad. So like, thanks to all of you for making this possible.
All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to go on break. We have some really cool content prepared during breaks on this showcase, so stay tuned, and we'll be back with our next run in about 10 minutes. And that was any percent restricted. So let's quickly recap what we've learned so far. TUNIC's speed game is all about backtracking the least amount possible. This means collecting items in an ideal order and planning death warps ahead of time. After obtaining the orange peril ring, knowing where to damage down and how to stay alive lets us do the maximum amount of damage with the minimum amount of upgrading. And using any free time, like opening chests or waiting for things to happen, to menu to your next set of items, even if it's just moving the inventory cursor. Now, even though this was our first run, I want to quickly recap the tech that was introduced in any percent restricted. We saw lanternless routing for the Dark Cave and Dark Tomb, skipping upgrade cutscenes using the Glass Cannon trinket, a lower Ziggurat admin skip with the Ice Dagger, a Siege Engine stun lock technique, the Ice combo technique for bosses and large enemies, and finally the speedrunner code, which lets us essentially downpatch the Ice Beam cost from 4 to 1 mana. Because the restricted rule set is so, well, strict, routing for most restricted categories is pretty similar from the start. Longer categories like All Relics restricted, True Ending restricted, and even 100% restricted all start out with nearly identical routing to any percent. If you learn any percent restricted, you are well over 3/4 of the way to learning the remaining categories.
I'm going to show you a quick kill on the Siege Engine boss. The setup I'm showing assumes you have the orange peril ring and are entering the fight on low health. I'm assuming you don't have any other damage upgrades. If you do sufficient damage to the boss in a short period of time, the boss will stagger and be unable to attack or maneuver for a few seconds. 2 full sword combos with this build is enough to cause the stagger, and we can perform the next 2 sword combos faster than the boss can escape the stagger, thus allowing us to stun lock and kill the boss quickly. The main complication is that we cannot do full sword combos until after the first stagger. While the Siege Engine is waking up, the third attack of each combo will always fail to connect and we won't get the first stagger in time. To get the first stagger, you'll need to do 4 double sword swipes, pausing long enough after each second attack to begin a new combo. Your target for these attacks is hidden under this plate. You can approach Siege Engine from either side, and you can attack the weak point either from the side while facing down left, or from the rear while facing down right. Experiment to see what feels most consistent to you. After the first stagger, you'll want to switch to full sword combos while targeting the weak point. It's also possible to target Siege Engine's head, which you do not want to do. It's helpful if you are already holding the target button before triggering the first stagger.
This is a bunch of friends of mine hanging out at Train Jam. So Train Jam was an event that happened for a number of years where a bunch of game developers would get onto a train in Chicago, the California Zephyr, and they would take the train over the course of 3 days, I think, to Emeryville, California, just in time for the beginning of GDC, the Game Developers Conference. And what you would do is you would get on and a theme would be announced and you would form up teams and you would work on a game while on the train. It's sort of a weird magical experience, which is a trite way to say it, but it is the feeling of being, I don't know, stuck in this tube hurtling across America with a bunch of beautiful scenery around you and a bunch of really nice people all working on cool stuff is really special. And there were a lot of people that I met there that helped guide early Tunic development in a way. And I don't mean like specifically helping with like the game itself, but just pointing me in the right direction. Saying, oh, hey, this thing looks really cool. Here's some advice on how to get the most out of your time at GDC, for instance. And that was really good. It was a sort of a real world manifestation of some of the stuff that I had experienced trying to get in touch with the indie games community before that, realizing that there's a lot of cool people from a lot of different walks of life coming together and working on neat stuff and just being genuinely good people. So yeah, Train Jam is not happening anymore, but I certainly remember it fondly.
load from a save. And if you've ever played Tunic's new game, oh, as long as it's like a legal save, you can kind of start with unlimited stuff in a way. And because you start with all major items, this category is a great way to start speedrunning Tunic, because it's kind of just like a boss rush. Now, no major glitches means this is kind of like our default category, where there's no restrictions other than major glitches. Major glitches are the only things that are not allowed, which I guess is obvious because it's called no major glitches. Just work with me, okay? So today we have two racers who are at the top of the leaderboard, in the top 5 for sure. They both have better times than me, but they are both brand new to showcases, and their PBs are 4 seconds apart, so they're more than capable. But this is also their first time, so like give them a warm reception to both Jabberwocky and Keatske. I'm gonna be joined by a celebrity on commentary. His name is Silent Destroyer. Silent, hello, welcome.
Hello, I'm Silent. Definitely not a celebrity, but thank you, Rad. Happy to
Silent
be here.
is the world record holder of this category and developed the Tunic randomizer. But give me, other than those things, can you give me like a quick summary of your Tunic history?
Yeah, so much like Rad, the first time that I had seen this game was back in E3 that we saw at the start of the showcase, and instantly I was like, I gotta play this game, right? Like, how can you not? It's Zelda with a fox. So I played it immediately, joined the speedrunning Discord, I started learning the speedruns. I actually started with New Game Plus, so this is a category that I hold very, very near and dear to my heart. So I'm excited to see them race and see how it goes. It's been a while since I've ran it myself, so I'd be happy to see what kind of changes have been made. But yeah.
Okay. Can both runners nod if they can hear me? Are we ready? I'm getting weird looks from both of them, which is really funny. Yes! Jabber refuses. I'm kidding. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and ask Silent for a countdown, and I'm going to type a countdown into our private chat. We're going to see if this all works, okay? Give them both support, and we're going to try our best to commentate the first ever New Game Plus No Major Glitches race.
All right. Well, if both runners are ready, we can start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Silent, what is immediately happening?
So New Game Plus, you're allowed to start, as Red said, you're allowed to start with basically like any combination of items that are possible to obtain in any run before this one, essentially. So you can actually start with the items that are equipped from your previous playthrough, or your previous New Game Plus. The runners for this category, they start with the Fire Rod and the Ice Dagger, which, as you saw in last run, you can do that ice technique with. And if you actually do that, yeah. If they actually do the Ice Dagger technique during the intro cutscene, they can gain control of the fox and just start like running up the beach. So the camera zooms in, but the fox is gone. He's too quick. And this category is essentially just a boss rush. The first little bit of any percent, it was just collecting the major items, and then it turned into a boss rush. But since they already start with the items, it's essentially just run to all of the 3 bosses, get the keys, and win the game. So it's a lot more streamlined. It's a lot easier. There are some tricks that are exclusive to New Game Plus that make it a little bit unique on its own. But we're already in Quarry, so if you remember from last run, we came here to go get the blue key, and that's basically what they're doing now. Rad, do you want to talk about? Are they going to do the slide?
Yeah, this is called the Rad Slide. I self-named it because it was a joke. It could actually save time, but then we did determine it like slightly save time. Also, you see Keatske doing the Rad Slice, which is the Ice Beam version of that. Yeah, it's exclusive to this marathon. New name. Also, that was the Corey skip. So
Yeah.
No Major Glitches introduces a lot of crazy stuff, like ice grappling. We don't allow that in Restricted, because it can do that. It pulls you to enemies. If those enemies happen to be out of bounds, now you are out of bounds. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty straightforward. Like, a technique is not that complicated. We can just take that to its logical extreme. If we can push enemies out of bounds through doors, through gates, we can do anything we want. Oh, and we're already to effigy cancels. Do you want to explain the elevator skip plan?
Yeah, so another thing that you can do with the ice rod, like I said before, if you do the ice rod during the intro cutscene, you kind of regain control of the fox, and it's because the ice rod has like a property where if you're in like a busy state, it can like break you out of that state. So when we're on that elevator, they start using the effigy, which like kind of like puts the fox in a specific animation, and he kind of like gets lifted off the elevator a tiny bit, and then by doing some carefully placed ice rods, you can just kind of like push yourself off the elevator and save maybe like 10 seconds or so. Speaking of ice rod, we're about to see potentially a very extreme use case of clipping enemies out of bounds with this administrator here.
Extreme Kevin clip.
Yeah, this is probably the most extreme version of this tower skip. So you saw this tower in the last run, right? There's a lot of ladders, a really long elevator ride. Every category that's not restricted tries to skip this in basically any way that's possible. And the way that we do it in New Game Plus is to just grapple the admin off the tower and then drop ourselves below. There is a load zone kind of hidden cheekily off of the balcony there that drops us to the lower level. And looks like Jabber got it pretty well. Keatsuke may be struggling a little bit. He's probably gonna have to run down the tower.
I think he's stuck. Yeah, he's gonna have to do
fine.
backup.
He has to do the backup.
That's okay. Props, please, a round of applause in chat for both runners. That trick is so inconsistent. I have never gotten it a single time. And just trying it in a race and a marathon is insane.
Yeah.
You can see Jabber is moving through that double admin skip. Slight change in New Game Plus is that you have unlimited ice bombs, and ice bombs are a little more consistent, just come out a little bit faster than...
Oh, he's doing the...
Yep.
I can't believe he did it. He used a firecracker there to kind of like drop himself off the ladder, and saves like no time, but it looks
That's
cool.
2 for 2. That's Glaze did the same thing. All right. Yeah, both runners making it through pretty well. What you missed was Keatsuke doing the backup Kevin clip, which you can do in almost all other No Major Glitches categories. And so if you look at Jabber's screen now, you're going to get an example of an even quicker scavenger kill.
Similar to the admin, we're just going to also ice grapple Scav off the ledge and, you know, a good fight. So we got one runner, has the blue key now. He's going to make his way to, I think, what is it, a toll? Is that what they agreed?
Yeah, so in this category, you can actually you save in the overworld, and then this is literally hub and spoke. Like, you can go do the keys in any order. Traditionally, the Ziggurat is the hardest and the most reset heavy, so we just do that first. But you can do them in any order. It doesn't actually matter. I think they agreed to do a toll second, correct?
Yeah.
Yo, he's going for it.
Oh, he's doing that? No way. Wow. The
Okay.
show off.
Jabber's
So you can run around that broodling and get up to the teleporter, or you can, if you want to save like less than a second, you can ice grapple up to the teleporter, and you have like a couple frames of like leeway to actually pray and get into there. The fact that he did that, I didn't even think he was going to try and do that, but that's kind of crazy.
Oh, I don't like the placement of that frog on Jabber's screen. Uh-oh.
Oh, Keatsuke's doing an alternate setup. He got through. He grappled he didn't climb on the ladder. He ice grappled the other broodling and then got up to the teleporter that way.
So slight technique change here. We're gonna see Jabber freeze this little bird and use that as an ice grapple point through geometry to get up to this fuse much faster than running. Jabber did mess up the first fuse like just a little bit, like nothing major, but Keatsuke to catch up like just a tiny bit, but is still like on track and making very few mistakes. This is a little scary. This is called the crab grapple. Almost. Oh, okay.
Ooh,
Speaking of
it's
scary,
probably okay.
yo, the backup.
He got it though. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's faster to ice grapple to those crabs, but you can't reach them. So you have to aggro the crab first. Aggro crab sounds like the final stage of Major League Guts, but don't at me. And okay, quitting out. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you have to sort of lance one of the crabs with the
Crabs.
with the wand to get them aggroed to come over to you, and then you're in range to freeze a second one to grapple across. Okay.
Yeah, usually after that fuse, you can grapple back down and run to the next one, but it looks like Jabber got a little maybe like flustered by all the crabs that were chasing him. So this actually is a pretty good time for Keatsuke. He's probably going to catch up a little bit here.
Yeah, you can see there's a ton of extra crabs. New Game Plus, there's actually quite a few additional enemy placements. It's like there actually is not much different about New Game Plus. There's just enough different to kind of like shock you and maybe kill you in various places throughout the game.
Yeah. You see Jabber bouncing some fire rods off of that pillar. He's doing that intentionally to take damage to get down to that orange pillar ring state, because he actually is going to fight the librarians, kind of similarly to how Glace did it in any percent. But the difference here is that you can start with, max attack stat, so it's going to be a little bit faster.
What is that max attack stat, by the way? That's interesting.
Yeah, so the attack caps out at 8. In a regular playthrough, you can only ever get it up to 5. But since your stats carry over in a New Game Plus run, and all of the item upgrades kind of get back in their original chests, you can just kind of keep finding them and upgrading your stats through subsequent New Game Plus runs. So attack does cap out. Some of the other stats cap out as well, but the 3 like bars that you see for HP, SP, and MP, they don't really have a cap, so they'll go off screen even. They can just keep going.
Yeah, we don't upgrade. We don't come in with upgrades to HP because we want to be able to damage down easier.
Yeah.
And one thing that Jabber is about to teach the librarian is that the orange peril ring still doubles the max stat of 8. So if you are in orange peril state, you're doing 16 damage per hit compared to like the 2 max you get from any percent run. So I hope you can see why this is such a good start for like a TUNIC speedrun. It's just the same game. It's just way easier. Okay. Clean kills from both of them. Both of them mad lads throwing the bombs before collecting. If you miss that jelly bean collection, you're just out. Like you haven't saved in minutes up to that point. So. Oh,
Keatsuke got the unlucky with the slime there.
That I don't think that's actually. No, go ahead.
That slime likes to jump out of the way when you shoot the ice rod at it more times than it has any right to, but
yeah, it doesn't feel like a mis-execution. It's just sort of like an RNG factor. Sometimes the ice beam will come out a little late and it won't track to the slime.
Yeah, I think it's just like position wherever it is, and then if it's like about to start moving, I don't think it's kind of just like RNG.
Ooh, Keatsuke getting the double grapple there across the moat and into the sealed door here. One of the most satisfying rooms in the game.
Even though they're only there for about 5 seconds.
Yep. That's why it's satisfying. So the same technique is
ice grappling that enemy. Yeah,
this is nothing different here. Just stagger with. I mean, actually, it's more similar to Plus because you're both in both cases.
So they actually, like, Keatsuke caught up quite a bit, which is good. They're going to collect the red key. They're going to place the key in the ground to start the cutscene, and then save and quit, which is going to skip that cutscene. Although I'm pretty sure Glace did that in the last run as well, so.
Yeah.
A lot of the strats that you see for stuff like that are kind of like universal. Like you do that basically every single category.
Which is great because like learning different categories in this game they all feel distinct when you play them, but the skills you develop in like a shorter or easier category, you know, get you halfway to learning a more complex one. All right, it's blobby time. They're using some ice grapples and an ice beam to where you drag the blob over to the door, freeze it, use it to damage down, push it through the door, and then grapple to it when it's frozen. And now we're gonna see Ice Rod cancel. You've kind of seen bits and pieces of it throughout the run, but if you use the Ice Rod while a cutscene is playing, more often than not, it will actually just kind of let you continue walking, and your animation is kind of freed. So we can use that to place all 3 keys in the same motion. Ice Rod canceling is not allowed in restricted, which is so that's like a new thing you see here. Oh, Jabber's going for 2 for 2.
Is he gonna do it?
Bro, that is too close for me. No, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Silent, I'll let you take this one.
All right, cutscene skip time. Let's see. If you pause in front of the air and then press B to close the pause menu and press A at the same time. Oh, he got it, yeah.
No,
oh,
he didn't.
Wow.
Okay.
This could be Keith's chance. But essentially, if you walk in front of the air, pause, and then hover over quit to title, and you press B and A at the same time, it's like frame perfect, but you can quit to title screen and start the cutscene, and it kind of sets the flag of like, oh, you've started this fight. So now when you load back in, it would just let you like win the game basically. But
and that is time for
Jabber unfortunately missed it. Let's see, is Keitsuke gonna get it? Keitsuke got it.
Let's go. That's time for Keitsuke. What a race!
That was so close at the end.
Now you may notice that their in-game times are about 13 seconds apart, but you know what doesn't matter in a marathon, in a real-time race? In-game time doesn't matter. Sometimes taking in-game time loss to save time RTA can be the difference in a race, and you can see that it was much closer than the in-game time would suggest. Which could also imply that Keisuke has a slower hard drive, so like, don't read too much into that, but both runners did amazing. Shout outs to both. I think we're gonna bring them in now. Folks, you can, or Jabber and Keitsuke, you can unmute as you would like. Jabber, good job.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot. Congrats, Keisuke.
No more stress. You can just relax now. It's over. How did you feel, Jabber? It went. What are your biggest takeaways from that race?
The beginning went really well, and then I just started making mistakes. I'm lucky I didn't die to any of the mistakes, like the crabs and Atoll.
Yeah, good recovery there, for sure.
Yeah.
Keitsuke, how are you feeling?
I got the corner of shame at the start. I rolled accidentally into the teleporter pad pillar.
It was a super close race, though. I looked up and we were both in the air at the same time.
Yeah, I think the biggest delta in the race was the backup Kevin clip for you.
Oh yeah.
Keitsuke, but executing. I know Jabber is thanking everything that it wasn't reversed. That Jabber didn't have to do the backup Kevin skip. Did we explain Kevin skip? Silent, do you remember us saying why it's called Kevin skip?
I don't think we did. Maybe we can explain it later.
Okay, good call. Yeah, we'll explain.
Okay,
it's named after the audio director. Is all you need to know for now.
Basically, yep.
All right, Keitsuke, what do you think went the best for you in this run? What are you the most happy about?
I'm happy about the double Rootling grapple on the teleport pad going to Atoll and then to the air fight, because that was a new implementation like the last day.
Oh, you really tried that? We were talking about it last night.
Yeah.
You both nailed every one of those, and it took us all by surprise, and I was delighted by it. So excellent job.
I'm also happy I got cutscene skip. If only I could get that in more of my runs.
Yeah, that we wondered if it was going to come down to like who could execute. And Jabber, it looked like from our point of view that you had succeeded, and then we saw how tough cutscene skip can be. Can you imagine just randomly losing 20 seconds at the end of a run? Well, you haven't played Tunic.
And I had that's never happened before, where I grabbed the grapple instead of the blob, so I had to quit out and do the blobby again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that one.
Well, I think you both did an amazing job.
Between both of us, we kind of showed off all the tricks on all the backups, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, tons of backups. Super, like backups I've never even thought about before. That it felt like you'd practice for days. So
I'll be honest with you, some of those backups I didn't think about before either.
Me neither.
Yeah. So modest. No. Well, thank you both for agreeing to do this. I'm really appreciative that you both stepped up and overcame the fear of the first showcase to put on such an excellent run and race. Jabber, we're gonna see you later for commentary for True Ending. So I will give this opportunity to Keatsuke to sign off for the showcase. Would you like to plug anything, Keatsuke?
Not particularly. I'm really appreciative of you inviting me on. I had a lot of fun, even though I was a little nervous.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for running. I think I got both of you into speedrunning this game, which like feels weird. Like I didn't think that would be, something I would be known for when I would just like hung out in people's streams playing Tunic. But you never know where it's gonna lead you. So you've been both like fantastic to get to know through this community and beyond. So yeah, thanks for playing, and I think we'll hit break and come back with I gotta do the next one. A gun percent tutorial. All right, give me a minute to set up for that. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Good luck, Rad.
What you just saw was New Game Plus using the No Major Glitches rule set. New Game Plus is a great introduction to a proper Tunic speedrun that still requires knowledge and practice, but is about half the length of a comparable any percent run. New Game Plus No Major Glitches introduced us to a lot of new tech, including using Ice Grapple as a shortcut, using Ice Grapple to slip off edges and clip through walls, using an effigy to cancel and interrupt animations, executing Kevin Clip to skip the lore elevator in Ziggurat, using the Ice Beam to cancel animations, a quick RNG-free Death Plane Abuse for the Scavenger, a frame-perfect cutscene skip for the air, and of course, the Rad Slide. Because New Game Plus starts with all major items and as many stat upgrades and consumables as you'd like, I think it's the best main category to start with. Learning New Game Plus No Major Glitches prepares you for almost the entirety of New Game Plus unrestricted, and teaches you several techniques that are required for any percent no major glitches and any percent unrestricted. All of the categories I just mentioned have full step-by-step guides on tunic.run. Now, if you want to try what might be the silliest main category, New Game Plus Restricted is pretty wild. You still start with everything you want, but Restricted forces you to go through East Forest and West Garden for both bells, Dark Cave and the Forest Fortress for access to the Siege Engine, and all of Quarry. But because it's New Game Plus, you get the Lantern, unlimited lures, and basically no RNG. It's a really fun time if you want to invest in a rule set like Restricted.
I think I applied to the previous year's Stugan, which is the name of the program, and didn't get in. Fine, maybe I'll try again next year. And I think 2016 GDC rolls around, and I was talking to a friend, I think pre-Train Jam, a friend named Robin, and Robin had gone that previous year, and so I said, should I apply again? Was it actually really great. And Robin's German, but I won't do the German accent. He said, "Oh, absolutely, 100%, no question, you should do it." I'm like, "Oh, what was it? What was really great about it? Did you like get a lot done? Was it like super productive?" It's like, no, it was the people that I met there. It's like, okay, cool. So I applied, and I got in. And so yeah, that was definitely one of those. Is this a stupid idea? Who knows? Let's go for it. Which makes me sound like I make stupid decisions all the time. No, it was, is this a stupid decision? Let's fret about it for months and months and months, and then finally do it and instantly feel like you've made a terrible mistake, blah, blah, blah. You know how it is, I'm sure. So I got in, went to Stugan, spent 7 weeks there, and it was incredible. And yeah, Robin was right. It's a ski lodge in the summer that is rented out by a bunch of sort of industry benefactors sponsoring the thing. And it is a little bit hard to describe, especially from a custom standpoint. They're like, "Are you working there?" I'm like, "Well, yes." "Well, who are you working for?" "I'm working for myself." "But they're paying you?" "No." "They're just putting you up with room and board?" "Yes." So you go there, you have a place to stay, they provide food, and you work on your game. You hang out with folks, meet people from all around the world. Mentors come in, they do, events. It's sort of like going to summer camp, except most of your day is spent in an office, which is actually just the main lodge at the ski resort. And I had to bring an iMac there because I didn't have like a laptop or anything like that. So I had to ship a giant computer there. I was mortified that it was going to be smashed along the way. Anyway, it was a wonderful experience. I met a lot of very cool people there. I met my partner there, who I'm with to this very day, and it was, yeah, looking back at it, it was sort of a weird, like what a ridiculous confluence of events that led to that. And I am supremely grateful, because it's, when you say it out loud, it is like, excuse me, what? Like someone's just gonna, as long as you can get to Sweden, they're gonna take you in and feed you and give you a bed and let you, lie under the stars and the aurora borealis and swim in this lake. It was, yeah, sort of a miraculous thing.
Hello, furries. It's just me for this segment. I hope you are excited. Silent will stay true to his name and remain silent. For this segment, I'm going to teach you gun percent, specifically the unrestricted rule set, because this is actually just an excuse for me to explain why we call it unrestricted. Before we get started, I do want to remind you that we do have a charity marathon coming up called the Fastest First Fall Fest on November 10th through the 12th. Remember that as Veterans Day weekend. We will be supporting Trans Lifeline, and we have grand prizes available for donations, including, well, we have one grand prize. It is the grand prize. That's what grand means. A Nintendo Switch OLED with Tears of the Kingdom bundle. Prize submissions are still open, so if you'd like to assist the marathon in that way, please consider doing so. And I will be running Kingsley's Adventure in that marathon, which I'm a little nervous about sitting here today on October 29th, let me tell you, but that's okay. Today, we're talking about Tunic. So this is our community website for speedrunning. It's something I've kind of chipped away at for many months, and it's not complete. I wish I had more time to devote to it, but it does have lots of cool guides and information about getting started, even for runners that don't necessarily know how to speedrun or exactly like how to start with Tunic. Everything from like maybe you should use a controller to like what is OBS and live split and how do you use those things, and then on to no timer yet. Not yet. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we should give me a timer for this tutorial. I guess that'll keep me on the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, gun percent tutorial, go. Okay, so let's talk about gun percent. Included in my time we're going to watch a gun percent run. As you can see, gun percent has 6 steps, but I figured like let's head over to our official speedrun.com leaderboards, and we're gonna watch Just Some Toasts run. All right. Oh, I didn't want to open YouTube. There we go. All right, so I'm just going to talk over this. So let's talk about ladder storage. Ladder storage is a major glitch that is kind of the backbone of any unrestricted category. Imagine you walk up to a ladder in Tunic and you press the A button to get on the ladder, but at the same time, in the same frame, you swing your stick or your sword. What is the game going to do? Is it going to do both at the same time? No. How does it pick which one goes first? Well, in our case, it picks the sword or the stick, the weapon. And then it kind of puts the ladder, getting on the ladder animation in a little queue. And as soon as your stick animation plays, you get on the ladder. But if we roll in the middle of that with good timing, the game's like, I'll just hold on to that ladder. I'll store that ladder for later. But in the meantime, I'll just turn off gravity and I'll turn off collision with like bounding box walls. And I guess I'll just let you fly or whatever. And I hope you can start to see why ladder storage is powerful. Now, unfortunately, that ladder won't go away when we move through a load zone. The game tries to put us back on that ladder, but that ladder is not in the zone we're in anymore. So we just kind of attach ourselves to an invisible ladder. And so anytime we move through a load zone with ladder storage, we have to save and quit and continue. But then everything's fine. Okay, so that's ladder storage. Gun percent is a little miscellaneous category that we have as like a meme. It's for fun. There's an achievement in the game that requires you to get the gun before the sword. So we thought, why don't we just make a speedrun category out of that achievement? And it turns out it's only like a few minutes long. And this version of it, the unrestricted version, uses ladder storage to like route the fastest possible route to the gun in the quarry. Now, there's another property of ladder storage, which is if you take damage while you're in it, the whole queue just kind of disappears. Like no longer are you running or walking, no longer are you storing a ladder. Now the game just processes you in place. So if you take damage, you drop out of ladder storage, and then look at that. That's a gun. That's gun percent. Thanks, YouTube, for all those helpful links. Isn't YouTube great? Okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. No audio for this. It's just my voice. You'll have to tolerate it for... You've had 3 minutes. You get 17 more. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So let's walk through what you just saw. This is kind of an example of how to use our guides, but also we're going to deep dive on gun percent unrestricted. So we do have that getting started section that I showed earlier. Make sure you look over that before starting any of our guides. And you see this says plush start, but then you also see this says, this is a very annoying code and saves 2 to 3 seconds. It's up to you. So I'm going to choose during this tutorial to like skip that for now. Let's say we'll layer that back in when you've got that locked down, okay? So we're going to start the game from a new game, and we're going to type in the code for a firecracker. If you don't know what that code is, we have a helpful guide here for you, but I'm not going to explain how to use codes because you should have played TUNIC already. You should know what that means. So we're going to get a firecracker during the opening crawl, and each one of these steps has like a full video that you can watch that demonstrates the written instructions. So however you prefer to learn, visually or written, or both, you can choose to do that. Step 2, we're going to get the stick, but we're going to do it in a very precise way. We're going to roll into the house. We're going to open the chest. While the chest is opening, remember that free time I talked about in any percent restricted? We've kind of got maybe a second to do whatever we want without losing time. So while we're opening the chest that contains the stick, we're going to menu to equip that firecracker that we got in step 1. Okay? We can either leave the house running or we can pause, quit, and continue. Technically doing the ladder saves like a fraction of a second, which may be important to a run that's only 2 minutes long, but while you're learning, you don't need to worry about it. You can just like run out of the house. Now we're going to run north in the overworld, near the overworld save, which is like a run you're going to get used to with any category in TUNIC. And sorry, I just read Blaze's comment and my brain just blew up for a second. That's very funny. Okay, so we're going to run west into the west overworld where bushes usually keep you from progressing until you get a weapon of some kind. And we're going to kind of do this simultaneous action of throwing the bomb, and then while we're waiting for the bomb to roll into the bushes and explode, equip the stick and then roll through the explosion, right? All in one motion. So you can see that's a bit complicated, but like we're going to throw the bomb, equip the stick, and be ready to move for step 4. Okay? So now all we've got equipped is a stick. Now we're going to activate ladder storage. How to activate ladder storage is fairly complicated, but I can tell you the easiest way to do it is to just bind whatever button you use for stick and action. Like, so in my case, it'd be X and A on an X input controller to a single button. We do allow as a community for you to bind multiple actions to a single button to make things easier, like Ice Beam or ladder storage or upgrade stealing, which we'll talk about in True Ending. So if you can successfully activate ladder storage and roll away, you're just going to run into the quarry. And the straightest line you can do is pretty much due left, like on your monitor, which is, I guess, in the game, kind of like northwest, right? And you're just going to make the straightest line you can, run slightly south of that fire pit, around the stone wall that usually prevents you from entering the Forbidden Pass. And as soon as you transition through, save, quit, and continue, because you can't continue until you get rid of ladder storage. Now, we don't need to power any of the fuses in the quarry because we're going to make our own way with ladder storage, right? We don't need to continue the game. We just need to get the gun. And so we're going to run all the way to the unpowered save point, and there's a little ladder that's kind of hidden casually. You might not have even seen it in the casual game. And you're going to ladder surge off of that and roll northwest again. Except this time, you're going to want to run parallel to this power line. Let me blow this up here. This little power line that's like destroyed in the middle and has a scaffolding over top. That's a good guide, or like the direction, basically north. You're going to want to run north. And you're going to want to run just to the west of this sniper. Okay, let's watch that in action. Sorry the quality of these videos is low. I don't want GitHub to take my repo down. Okay, so if you run in a straight line north or upper left of your monitor, isometric is hard to give directions. The sniper will always aggro and will always shoot as long as you hold a very straight vector. You're going to fall and you're going to want to run toward the gun. Very careful here. The ground actually doesn't connect in the southern part of this corrugated metal. So make sure you're on the upper half or you'll get stuck there. Very easy to lose time there. And finally, we're going to get the gun. And the only advice I'll give you here, because there's many ways to do this, is run in an arc. Make sure you're never taking a straight line vector between you and the sniper, because they'll kill you. If you kind of keep turning just a little bit, they will never hit you. And then as soon as the world freezes, that's it. That's gun percent. So I describe it as a hemispheric curve. Some people kind of start with a curve and then straighten out, because technically going from a curve to a straight line is a deviation in vector. Speedrun's about repetition, right? And you're going to eventually determine like what feels most comfortable for you. There's lots of ways you can do it. This is just one way. We do have links on every guide to a leaderboard. So if you're confused about how people might do things differently or how you might feel most comfortable, pop into that leaderboard, watch some VODs, and maybe find the way that's best for you. Now, once you've practiced that, and maybe you get down to like a 210, a 209, something like that, you can start layering this code in, which is a 29 input code to show off your favorite plushie to the camera. And if you do that correctly, you can stand up from this starting animation just a few seconds early and then kind of get on with the run, saving just a few seconds. But at the top of the leaderboard, it's necessary. So if you plan to learn gun percent or want to have fun with like a starter category that's only 2 or 3 minutes long, it'll teach you everything. You need to be able to record your runs. You can use live split to automatically split on the frame that you get the gun. You got to learn how to bind ladder storage and practice that. You got to learn how to type in codes quickly. You got to learn how to menu quickly. But it's all wrapped up into like a 2.5 minute run. At the end of an afternoon grinding this out, you'll know pretty quickly if like this is fun and it's something you want to pursue in harder and more difficult categories, or this is not fun and now you've learned and you've tried something new. Okay, so that's your gun percent tutorial. I guess I should probably demonstrate it, right? I gotta dog food this tutorial. Okay. Turn my controller on here. How are we doing, Fastest Furs? I did perform this at FWA, and I did get the plush code then, but the plush code is pretty hard to pull off sometimes, so wish me luck. Okay, I usually delete my save games because sometimes when you save, quit, and continue, the like number of save games you have can slow that down. It doesn't actually affect the in-game timer, but it's worth looking into if you're annoyed by any lag. Okay, wish me luck. Here we go. Okay, it was a little slow, but I did proc the flush code, so we get a little bit of a head start. Remember, we're gonna run due north, and then deviate to the left, just past the mailbox, and into the starting house. Gonna roll, open the chest, equip the firecracker. So now I have Firecracker equipped. I do have the stick, but I don't have it equipped yet. Gonna take the tightest line we can over to West Overworld. I'm just gonna take that hit because otherwise I would have oh, okay, that's ladder storage attempt number 1. Okay, second try, let's go. The stick is actually pretty hard to proc ladder storage with. You'll find that the animation and like wind up on the sword is much longer. So by the time you get the sword in like longer categories, it's much easier to proc. All right, and now we have the Walk of Shame. If you're, this is something I commented to JD. By the way, shout out to JD Puppy, who actually went to my little installation at SGDQ this year, which I set up in the practice room and tried to teach a few people how to play gun percent. And, you know, did that influence me getting into AGDQ? Who knows? No, it did not. But what I mentioned to JD is that whenever you're on like a PB pace, and then there's just like this 40 seconds in between, you can like feel your body like heat up. Your like heart rate goes up. You're so nervous about getting this ladder storage first try, just like that. And if you do it first try, you're like, oh no, oh no. Okay. So then we get knocked out of ladder storage with that sniper bolt. We make sure to be on the upper half of the corrugated metal. Run a straight line up here. And now, am I gonna get killed or are we gonna succeed? And that's gun percent. All right. If you'd like to learn gun percent, it's a fantastic category. I encourage everyone to try it if you enjoyed the casual game of Tunic. Very little investment on your behalf. And a fun little meme category to try. Okay. It's break time for me. I'll see you for True Ending in about 10 minutes. Thank you. If you're new to speedrunning entirely, gun percent is a great way to dip your toe in. It's very short, it's very simple, but it covers all the basics. You have to learn a route, grind for a better time, learn how to record your runs, and practice submitting speedruns to speedrun.com. Now specifically, because this was gun percent unrestricted, we saw new tech, including ladder storage, allowing the Fox to turn off gravity and skip large portions of the route, and using the plush code to skip the wake-up animation. Now that we've introduced and explained ladder storage, hopefully you can see how any percent and New Game Plus become faster with this technique in the unrestricted rule set. Ladder storage in any percent unrestricted simplifies the early game item collection and makes the ziggurat skip easier, but complicates the fuse powering in Atoll and introduces a complex one-try-only trick for a library and quick kill we call Basket Bomb. New Game Plus Unrestricted uses ladder storage to shorten the first split and completely skip the complicated admin grapple skip in No Major Glitches. Both Any Percent and New Game Plus also gain access to a wild technique called Wrong Warp, which uses an effigy to store the coordinates of the Fox and somehow apply it to the next loaded scene. While this technically works on any load portal, the only benefit we found is to use it to entirely skip lower ziggurat. It's a tough, frame-perfect trick, but it saves close to a minute if you get it early. Gun percent also has variants for No Major Glitches and Restricted. Without ladder storage, gun percent restricted requires the player to play at 60 Hz to lower the frequency of collision detection. This allows you with precise timing to clip past the envoy and get to the quarry. Simply starting with the plush code, which is not allowed in restricted, is what makes this run No Major Glitches.
We knew that speedrunning was... Well, we hoped that speedrunning would be a thing that this game could do, or that people could do with this game. The fact that baked into its structure is this idea that you could get into places where you're not supposed to be and like take alternate routes that require previous knowledge, all of that was something that was in there from basically the very start. Like I mentioned, building these directed, these graphs that represented requirements. I built those early on for Tunic. Like, okay, you got swords. Sword versus bush means that you can get past. Lantern versus dark means that you can get past. But I ended up having this markup where it was like, oh, there's some dotted lines that represent, but you can do this alternate route if you have this thing instead. And it was very clear that this technique was not going to work, because the whole idea was that everything could have an alternate solution, and it wasn't going to be a clean, tidy thing. You know, it was, the idea was, yeah, you should be able to get to this area as the first thing you do somehow. You know, slip through these paths, you know, get a secret item that lets you bypass these things. And so we knew that it was going to be at least the sort of game in theory that would be speedrunnable. So that's why there's things like the speedrunner's sword scrolled away and stuff like that. But I had no idea if it would actually work. Like I spent plenty of time working on the game while, you know, like whatever GDQ was on in the background, and thinking to myself, oh, wouldn't it be neat if we added this cool little thing? But in the end, all of the weird and wild stuff that you and the community have found and exploited, I mean, a lot of it we didn't know about, you know, like
Right.
the effigy stuff, like some things we did know, like, oh, you can clip through this wall. You know, Kevin was very good at doing all kinds of super weird stuff. You know, falling off of ladders and quitting to title while you're falling and you've hit a loading zone. Oh, we should make sure that you could do this to skip the auto scroller. Like, this is all stuff that Kevin knew about and informed us of, and I was able to add. But then there's stuff like ladder storage and FG skip and stuff like that. Like there was a while where there was a very like frame specific cadence of dashing that would allow you to gain the tiniest fraction of lateral displacement every time you did it. Like you would dash off of an edge and you would snap back, but you would have made like a millimeter's worth of progress. And if you dashed again at just the right time, it wouldn't reset. So you could accumulate this little bit of distance that would allow you to cross a gap arbitrarily. And you could use that to get all of the hero relics at once, basically. And there was a while where we were like, we should understand this bug sufficiently that we can control it and make sure that it's in there explicitly. And I think the dash ended up being such a bear to get like debugged properly that got sort of like smoothed over at some point. But we were thinking about it for sure. As for whether or not, I think you were the first person to like approach more formally and say like, hey, speedrunning community, we'd like you to become involved in this. But I had seen you. I'd seen your stuff before, because of course I'm going to be narcissistically scrolling through who's playing this game on Twitch, and I saw your avatar there, and so I was like, oh yeah, you.
That's awesome. Was it a good experience? I mean, was it what you'd hoped it would be to like sit in on a run or commentate?
It's always a little bit weird to be like, hello, it's me, person who made the video game, here in your chat. You're just going to have to take my word for it. So it was, and of course, I mean, I think through you, the GDQ commentary like eventually manifested. Like if it wasn't for your involvement, I don't think that would have happened, because it was with, was it Sunny Muffin, and so that was sort of a little dream come true to be able to participate in GDQ somehow. So it was. I think every part of that slice of the experience has been a delight.
hello again. Rad's back with a brand new run, this time by Silent Destroyer. Once commentator, now runner. How are y'all enjoying the break videos? It turns out when you're like completely obsessed with the game and you've made content for it for like a year and a half, it's like super easy to just go back and cut that together for a cool showcase, right? I don't know. It's cool to me. So this is our second to last run. It'll be our last like traditional speed run, but I think it is the most fun speed run, despite its difficulty. It will be run by Silent Destroyer, who for once is not the world record holder. Make sure we're all aspirational here. But on comms, fresh off of the New Game Plus race, our no major glitches extraordinaire, Jabberwocky. Hello, Jabber. Welcome in.
Hello, hi Rad, hi Silent. Super excited to be here to commentate on your True Ending Unrestricted run.
So I have potentially 3 questions for you. First, what is True Ending?
So True Ending is a different category from any percent and New Game Plus that we saw earlier. In any percent, we're finishing Tunic as quickly as possible and we have to fight the air. In New Game Plus, we brought the completed manual to the air and saved her. True Ending requires us to start from a normal game, pick up all the manual pages, and then save the air. So compared to any percent, that's like 28 manual pages and 10 fairies that we have to pick up. Also, the route is drastically different.
Drastically, for sure, yeah.
Very different. Oh yeah, and chat, it'd be really cool to spam some hyper emotes whenever Silent picks up one of those.
Yeah, it's not going to happen that often. It's the estimate is what, 35 minutes, and we have 28 pages, so I'd better see one a minute is what I'm saying. Okay, Jabber, this is also unrestricted. I know we talked about that a little bit in gun percent, but what kind of impact does that have on True Ending?
Yeah, so unrestricted. Well, actually, unrestricted includes 2 very big glitches that we don't see in no major glitches. But I think it'd be good to see those throughout the run.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, well, we've seen ladder storage. We know we're gonna see a bit of that, but we have another glitch that I guess we'll talk about when we get there.
Yeah, and I think Silent is going to completely break the game apart using ladder storage. It will be much, much more exciting than gun percent.
Yeah.
Thanks. Cool. Okay. Well,
gun
with that,
percent gives
Jabber.
you.
No, go ahead, Silent. Sorry.
Gun percent gives you a taste of what ladder storage can do, but this run kind of shows you way more use cases of it, and it kind of breaks the game wide open.
Okay, I have one more question. Oh, go ahead, Jabber. Sorry, I keep interrupting everyone.
No, I'm so glad that Silent is running it and not me, because I've completed 2 runs in 30 hours. So you can see how challenging it is. But it really brings together all the skills that we've honed doing Tunic speedrunning.
Well, that was going to be my question. Why did I bring you here for commentary? And it's because the 2 of us, I think between the 2 of us, we finished 3 runs of this category. It is extremely difficult, extremely fragile, even for Tunic. Of course, Silent will be doing some marathon safe strats to make sure, the route is finishable. But we'll be sure to call out like what those are and how much harder it can get than what is shown. Okay, Jabber.
Yeah, there'll be a mix of like no major glitches thrown in. So, but we'll call it out.
No major glitches is nice to kind of fall back to when unrestricted is like a bit too fragile. So, okay, Jabber.
Honestly, it'll go so fast that you won't even really know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll call it out and shame you, but otherwise, yeah, you won't know. You won't notice. Okay. All right. This time, Jabber.
Yeah.
Since this is your first lead commentary, I'll let you give the countdown.
Oh, that's great. Silent, are you ready?
I was born ready.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tunic. And from the very beginning, I think Silent is... Oh, there's a plushie code. What a show-off. And Silent is just... Yeah. You gotta try. Silent is getting some of the consumables by entering a one-time use Holy Cross code. These will be very important for him to be able to get to the right places, or get through paths that are blocked by a sword.
I feel like we just saw this. Is you just running gun percent?
Yeah, the beginning is pretty similar. But very soon it'll be different. Silent is going to save in the overworld central area. This is an area that we will come back to very often, similar to New Game Plus.
Get the key for good luck.
Exactly.
Oh, we actually need it later on.
Bomb the bushes, which I have died here quite a number of times.
And you're about to see an explosion of... well, actually, you're not going to see it. We won't talk about too much what kind of code inputs are happening here, but you're going to see the effects of just an absolute madness of code inputs. We're doing a lot of setup in the first split to kind of reap rewards later in the run.
And unfortunately, you
Taking a
can't
small
see...
detour to get these bombs. It's not required for the unrestricted route, but just for safety, they'll come in handy.
If we had the controller on, you would be seeing Silent madly inputting codes and moving at the same time. Oh, by the way, Brad, did you know that flying foxes aren't foxes? They're actually a species of bat.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, this fox didn't get the memo.
I mean, that's why unrestricted drives me batty, I guess.
Oh no. Yeah, Silent did a quit and continue in order to land back on the ground. This is a trick called ledge clip.
First try.
First try.
First try.
Amazing. You have to run at a very specific angle to fall off the cliff and get to the ladder.
Do we do ladder storage to get into Frog's domain?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see save and quit quite a bit anytime ladder storage is used, and because it usually like there are some showy parts, you know, like whenever you kind of fly across the world, but some uses of ladder storage are just to save like just little bits, like walking through a toll here, or later in the run you'll see it just to kind of flip through a wall that maybe saves 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think ladder storage is the glitch that got me into Tunic speedrunning. I was browsing Twitch, found Rad's stream, saw Rad just fly off a ladder, and then I was hooked.
I'm so sorry.
Here, that's another ladder storage, and it allows you to clip to the railing here. And once again, we get the magic orb, which is super important for the rest of the run.
And this time we actually get to Death Warp.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is my contractually obligated segment to say that the first time you die in every run, it's called Resurrection, but if you have a bomb equipped ahead of time, you can throw the bomb and skip Resurrection. All right, back to Jabber.
Yep. And now we're heading to the Dark Tomb, but luckily there's only a small section of Dark Tomb that we have to get through. It's to pick up the orange peril ring.
We are doing it lanternless, but we don't have to go through the entirety. We're going to do ladder storage here to kind of just run up to the chest for free.
When you do ladder
get some
storage,
elevation off of this skull here. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, please go.
I'm going to focus up for a second.
Okay. Yeah, when you use ladder storage and walk on top of the skull, you lift yourself above the ground, so none of the spikes will activate. And so what Silent is doing here is he's walking up a stair to the orange pearl ring and waiting for one of these lemurs? No, friends.
Best friends,
hit him.
yeah.
Ooh, I paused before they hit me again.
Yep. That was very clean.
So that's like using, you know, like using damage to knock out of ladder storage, essentially.
Yeah, in try-hard runs, you can actually mash the buttons really quickly and sometimes open the chest. But if you miss an input, you'll get snapped all the way back to the ladder.
So there was slight deviation there. Like that's the normal technique to go up and get the wand, which is super convenient because then you can just quit out and reappear at Dark Tomb's entrance. But there was also a page that got spawned there, so I'm not seeing enough hypers in chat.
Yeah. Oh, you bombed the turret.
Yeah,
this is
that's
a
one of the
trick
safety
called-
strats by. It's one of the safety strats by getting those extra bombs is we can actually take out that turret.
You also
Well, this-
picked up a fairy, which you activated in the first split, so that's like how you kind of
Yep.
loop back and pick up stuff that you've activated already. But that was called an effigy cancel, and basically what we're doing there is using the orb to kind of like cut the corner and then use the effigy in the middle of the orb to fall out and get, you know, traverse a path we're not intended to. So remember that whole lanternless dark tomb bit from any percent restricted? Yeah, that becomes literally like a one input trick in unrestricted and no major glitches.
So I believe the effigy skip used to be is mainly used in no major glitches, right?
Yeah.
It's route out of most of unrestricted.
Yeah, weirdly, a lot of no major glitches tech in any percent that like, you know, got routed out in unrestricted makes its way to Shrew Ending because there's not as much time save from, you know, early game for ladder storage. It's weird how that works. Like even like the librarian quick kill will be kind of a holdover from no major glitches.
Right there.
Oh, you may have noticed that Terry took a few chomps out of Silent there, just to make sure Silent is damaged enough to, I guess, die in the next section quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Nice.
Because you get
we did
kinda
ladder storage
trapped
there
in the
to kind
back.
of skip getting chased by all the other enemies in this section.
And just watch how beautiful this section is.
Larry.
Silent is ice grappling to a page that's hidden behind this island.
Yeah, normally you have to have an upgrade to your movement and have like power to fuse and then warp over here and then it's like a secret at the end of the game and no, we can just drop in. Just grab it when it's convenient.
And Silent has all the movement, or all the movement items that he needs, except for the laurels. So that's where we are heading to next. To the swamp, to the cathedral, and to pick up the laurels, which lets him dash.
Which is pretty wild, right? Like that's a pretty big sequence break. The fact that you can even go there in sort of the first or second act of the game is pretty wild, and what makes any of the categories that require laurels like so fun, because you can do it so early in the route, and then everything else that you have to do that's kind of boilerplate is just so much easier, and in some cases more fragile with the laurels.
Did you have trouble
I
solving
want
this
to point
puzzle?
out that's one of my favorite usages of ladder storage that I just did outside, because there's that ladder and then there's like the railing that blocks this like little hallway, but you can ladder storage and then just roll through that railing to get into the load zone without having to run around.
And it probably doesn't save
Very
any
silly.
RTA time, but yeah.
Probably not, but it looks cool.
Sorry, Jabber, what were you gonna say about that fairy puzzle?
Oh no, don't worry about it.
Okay. That was my first fairy puzzle, I will have you know.
You solved it first try?
That was
Wow.
literally where I realized that they were in the game, yes. Don't ask me why.
Over here, we're gonna use Ice Grapple again to kind of get through this fence, and then ladder storage to run towards the cathedral. Nothing
This
is
where ladder
powered
storage
here.
is really
Nothing
broken.
is powered.
Yeah.
Right? So you're supposed to come here at night. You're supposed to power all the fuses. The door in the cathedral is supposed to open. You have different enemies.
We don't need it.
Yeah, we don't need that.
It's fine.
This is scary, because you have to take damage here.
Before ladder storage, this area was very scary because there were a lot of enemies that would chase you, and sometimes it would go south, but the new ladder storage is pretty comfy.
Yeah.
And
The
the devs,
scary part is that the you take damage here. That's the scary part. Sorry,
Yeah.
Jabber. I keep talking over you. I'm so
it's all
sorry.
good. I mean, 3 people trying
You're
to
both
talk. It's hard.
commentating. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yep, that's the cathedral. Good job, Silent.
I'm for Gauntlet, though.
I'm for Gauntlet. I have died so many times in the Gauntlet, especially to the fairies.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't have like the most fun casual memories from this area.
No.
It was tough for me. It wasn't like too tough. I know some people stopped playing here. Give it another shot. Get good. I'm just kidding. So yeah, this wave is really scary, especially because Silent is already damaged down. It's not too bad once you learn it, but you need to take one hit and one hit only from those fairies, so that now we are in Orange Peril Ring state. And I will say generally the rest of this is trivial for a speedrunner. I say that knowing that we have all died here thinking it is trivial, so never say never. But all of the enemies appear on sort of a fixed countdown timer. So you know exactly where they're going to appear, when they're going to appear, and what enemies will appear. When you're playing casually, that it becomes overwhelming very quickly because you don't have to memorize, but when you're a speedrunner, it's pretty boilerplate. So luckily, this is like probably the least scary area in the run, I think.
I still have a cheat sheet on the side that tells me where everything's spawning, so it's there's a lot to memorize.
Jeremy,
Right.
I know you were about to say something about the little sounds that played when we break into the doors. I think that wouldn't be the worst thing to talk about here.
That's true. As Silent clips into the cathedral, there's a little da-da-da-da that played, which meant that the devs knew we were going to sequence break it. I thought that was an amazing detail.
Mm-hmm. Also plays when you skip the elevator in Cathedral.
Oh, that's right. I didn't notice that. Huh.
It also plays if you clip through the hallway at the sort of dark tomb to get to the very bottom floor. Not many people know that. So
which is
fun
useless.
fact. Yeah, it's useless in any of your category, but
I mean, hey, they didn't know what we were gonna do, right? They were kind of just guessing,
Yeah.
like maybe this will be useful for people, and then some things were and some things weren't. So
I'm surprised it doesn't play when you clip into Sealed Temple, though.
yeah, I think it's my guess is because the little gunslinger dude is right outside the cathedral, and it's so obvious, like the enemies are right there, so it's so obvious that there's a possibility. But bringing an enemy like halfway across the overworld is like maybe not something they
Unexpected.
thought about. Yeah.
Right.
Nice.
I was going to ask you about how no major glitches and unrestricted came about, but maybe we can leave that to a later segment.
I'll give you a Cliff's Notes. The game was updated 6 months into release to coincide with the Switch and PS4, PS5 launch. It added speedrun mode, and they made Ice Beam more. Instead of it being frame perfect, it's now a 15th of a second. And like other code updates, kind of introduced ladder storage. They'd introduced the ice rod cancel, and of course, the community wanted to immediately use ladder storage to just kind of break all of the boards overnight. And we had a quick discussion. And I happened to be on vacation at the time, which was super cool. But we came to the conclusion that it would be cool to kind of maintain the runs without ladder storage and then have a separate category with.
Yeah, I joined around that time, so I saw part of it. But it's pretty cool to see how the community settled on 3 different categories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, what you just saw there was Silent getting the laurels, which is kind of a double-edged sword. You can move very quickly, but you can also get stuck very quickly in the wrong places. Uh-oh.
It is much harder to predict where you are going to be at any given moment.
Also, you run out of stamina much quicker than normal. So.
Yes.
those slimes are very annoying, so I just would save for a minute and
Yeah.
come out before opening that chest.
A big part of the runtime for this game actually comes with optimizing your laurels usage.
That's another
Yeah, because you don't have that much stamina, so like you have to kind of manage like when you're gonna dash, when you're gonna recover your stamina.
Yeah, if only we had more stamina in this game.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah, we are gonna pick up a stamina upgrade in here. It's just one, so it's not gonna be a lot, but you surprisingly like it
Boop
does
soup.
go a long way.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's the boop soup. If you do that, you can kind of get up to that top railing a little bit faster. We're gonna do the same thing that you saw in the New Game Plus race. We're gonna clip through this door,
Almost memed
and
by
then
the
Siege
bots.
Engine. Yeah, that was actually a little close. I kind of got too close to the wizard there. I was kind of scared, but it worked out. So Siege Engine is going to be the exact same. So
The inputs are slightly different
Yeah.
compared to New Game Plus, but
Ironically, in True Ending, you have the lowest attack power of any category we've seen so far. So this is still doable
Yeah.
when you have upgraded none attack. This is just attack 1. Orange Peril Ring just doubles your poise damage, so it's easy to stun lock the boss, even if you don't do as much damage.
or Siege Engine.
I think I have a career in voice acting ahead of me. Jabber, where are we going next?
Where are we going next? So this is
Beach cleanup.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
It's the thing I always
all the
forget.
beaches everywhere. Sorry, we have all the pages that we've littered over the beach, and then we have to
Let's
go there
move
and
it.
pick them up. But we're getting the red hex first.
That's right. Man, y'all all throw these bombs first in a marathon.
I mean, this is pretty free because you can just throw it and then immediately interact and then dash to it. So
That's true. The firecracker does throw a little bit farther away, so that's fair.
yeah, because like interacting with the thing like pauses time, so the bomb's not going to blow up.
Here, there are just what, one fairy, 2 pages to pick up right next to each other.
So satisfying to execute this. Like, the way it strings together so much of what you did casually over, like, hours is just like, this split is never not my favorite split.
Yeah.
And this
'Cause
fairy is
a lot of this we set up at the beginning of the run, and then this is the part we kind of just come through and do a whole sweep of it, and it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yep, 14 minutes earlier. This is the maze. Ooh,
We're good.
and there's a secret fairy here as well.
First try.
This is obviously how you solve this room, right? You can see it plain as
Yeah.
day. This is my favorite ending to any split. We're gonna pick up this page, and don't blink. And we're dead.
Is that because you have glass cannon on?
Yes, glass
Yep.
cannon plus reflective surface with the wand.
All right, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
use
Okay.
that stamina upgrade that I got earlier.
Just get a little bit more stamina.
Yeah. I don't know why they made this how you have to upgrade. It's kind of weird. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
like,
it's full of
there's like no menu
secrets.
for it. It's just like,
This is, yeah. Nice. Will that be
yeah, you
cash
just
or
have to
credit?
wait like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, the game's kind of laggy here.
Yeah.
Our point of sale system is on dial up, so just give it a minute.
Okay,
okay.
there we go. Wow, that was a very, very powerful upgrade. What was in it?
Jabber, we can't talk about that on stream.
So yeah, seems like Silent will never have to worry about stamina again.
Yeah, we're zooming.
Zoom everywhere. I think next we're heading towards the quarry, but we're going through the well to pick up a few pages. Is that right?
Yep. We have one page here, and then we're gonna leave through Dark Tomb, and there's a page immediately outside.
Yeah, you think like when you read on paper, like 28 pages. Wow, this run must be like twice as long. And it's like maybe 10 minutes longer. And 5 minutes of
Yeah.
that is the gauntlet. So this run is like 5 minutes longer. Oh, he fall over.
Yeah.
you know how this
but
run
Laurel's
compa-
movement is very powerful, so
Do you know how this run compares to like the restricted version?
Tremendously longer restricted.
Gotcha.
yeah,
Because you
at
can't
least
get her in-
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 plus, yeah. Because you can't, in restricted, you have to get laurels naturally, which means you have to do all 3 boss fights before getting the laurels. So like all 3 boss approaches are much longer.
Oh, that was the most. This is the section I loved most with using the laurels. If you get the timing just right, you're zipping across the world.
I think we're gonna beat the door here.
Oh yeah, you always
Probably.
beat the door here. It was just you
Okay,
just kind
well,
of
I
have
was
to.
trying to make you sound cool, Silent. Look, it's the door. Yo, Silent, beat the door. Let's go.
Let's go.
We should find a way to clip through that door.
Yeah, you could just lure a scavenger, but it's slower.
Speaking of New Game Plus Unrestricted, now look, we're gonna get that elevator clip in from New Game Plus No Major Glitches. Except you can dash right away with the. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna be quiet and let y'all watch this. Jabber, you can talk though. I'm not. Go ahead.
Wait, we're not actually doing the. We're doing a backup strat here. Oh, sorry, a marathon strat here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Phew. So there's normally in unrestricted, you need to have very precise movement to come here and then do a ladder storage with the laurels, which is significantly more difficult. You go off the edge of the platform in a very specific place and wait for a fairy to hit you, right? But this is where I think most of our runs die, and for marathon safety, it's better to just use the no major glitches route. You also get a extra lure.
Yeah. Not only do you not have any margin of error time-wise, because like the fastest potential time is so tight because of how fast you can like dash with laurels, but also you don't have any time to kill fairies. So instead of one fairy chasing you to down you, you have 5.
Oh, Silent, I thought you were going to wrong warp here. First try wrong warp's faster, right?
Yeah.
It's actually faster to just dash through.
I think it might be slightly faster if you get like a crazy first try wrong warp, but I don't want to be the one to test that out.
Yeah, definitely
have
not
we explained
RTA,
wrong warp?
at least. No, we're gonna, yeah, the little break video after this explains wrong work pretty in detail. But yeah, it would definitely not save time RTA. So remember that quick kill? That has found its way into so many categories now, and it's so satisfying.
Yeah, we have just enough magic here. Oh, that was a little close.
Okay.
We have just enough magic off of that one berry that we have left over from earlier to do that.
I love this kill so much. So smooth.
That was discovered not too long ago. Like, there's still new discoveries in this all the time. Normally, you couldn't push her off the edge of the arena. We found out that, like,
Best character in the game, we only get to see him in that one room. It's a shame.
Yeah, all right. Secret shop. For the scavenger, like, you can't push her off the edge normally, even if you ice grapple. But what we found out is that if you refreeze her coming out of an ice break, for some reason the game lets you push her off the edge then. So even like trivial things like that from like a viewer's perspective can involve quite a bit of like gaming out and trying things to find that.
And it's also surprising how different the techniques are in each category.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we've found one set of tricks that we're using everywhere. Every category is still using a slightly different version of different tricks. So there's a lot to learn, regardless of what category you pick up. Here we're going to the Rune de Tal. We were there earlier to get the orb from Frog's Domain, but now we're going to clear it for real. If you have any crab emotes, please spam it for good luck. You know how the crabs got me in my run.
But Silent's quitting out there just to refresh stamina, because by the time you get here, it's pretty low.
Yep.
Sometimes when you refreeze this frog, the ice beam cancels the animation of the fuse dropping. So we don't actually know when to identify that happened. So it hasn't happened yet. Figured I'd mention it.
I usually
the
just
last time
don't refreeze them. It usually just works out.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to. It can be a bit dicey. Wink.
In a marathon run, I usually try to refreeze the frog for praying. But, you know. This is a very nice Laurel's movement there. You don't have to go all the way down to the beach to get over here, so no crab problems here. But we will see a few crabs on the way to the 4th fuse. Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting.
Do you want me to explain this? I don't want to explain this.
You don't have to.
Okay, you can't do that movement across that power line until you beat the gauntlet. That is not a joke. Like, there is like a mesh you can dash to after you beat the gauntlet, and if you come here before you beat the gauntlet, even if you have the laurels, can't dash over it.
And is that faster than taking the ladder on the south side?
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Probably. I don't know. It just looks cool. I don't know if anybody's timed it out. I certainly haven't, but
I just like to say yes,
I like
things
doing
are
it.
true sometimes without evaluating if they are or not, and it just makes you sound really
this is
confident.
true ending, so everything. You know,
Oh, that's right. You don't care about the crabs there. I thought you were gonna damage down.
no.
I mean, we care about them, but
Sure.
yeah,
But
they
they
just
were-
don't. They don't get a taste.
Yep. This is my favorite Holy Cross code. I always get it wrong.
Oh, I messed up with the last thing.
Sorry.
There we go.
We just had to sit in silence for silent to type that code in. Yeah, I mess that up every single time too. Like literally, can walk away from that being like I typed every input in, and it's tough. It's like just tilted enough where you don't feel like you need a visual reference for it, but then somehow always messes you up.
And
Alright,
so
Jabber, you want to take this?
Yeah, I think coming up next we're gonna see the third way of killing the librarian, if I'm not wrong. No, second way today.
Second. There is a third, but I don't think we'll be showing it today.
It's not
Yeah.
particularly marathon safe.
Right.
So Silent's gonna use a lure to kind of activate the librarian, but he's gonna be moving below a death plane.
Oh, that was a little
That was
scary. It worked out though.
Second time I've seen that this week.
Oh no!
Oh, let's go.
So the thing about having a
Double?
health here is even if I
Double.
get hit,
Double.
it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. I just have to quit out here. I think.
Wait,
Yeah, I just have to
never
quit
seen
out.
that.
Yeah, you
So
can't get to
a
your
perk of
menu
having
until that-
HP there is you can get hit there. It just knocks you off the ladder, and there's not really much you can do about it. But we did. Librarian is defeated, so that's all that matters.
And this is the final hexagon, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's how I beat the librarian on my casual playthrough, so I don't know what you're talking about. And there he goes. If you want to try that at home, just go throw a firecracker at the librarian's body after you beat him. See what happens.
Oh, that's nice. You skipped the fairy code, which is another one I mess up a lot. That was
I don't
the
know if it's
third-
faster to skip that one because I
I'll
do that in
evaluate that
the
next
East
time.
Forest East Forest Ferry in place of that.
The East Forest one is so fun. So sometimes going
I don't
fast
like
is
it.
not the point. You don't like it?
I don't like grappling down. It feels bad, but
It is hard to get.
it's good to show off
consistent,
because it like I like the dashing up there is cool to show off.
yeah. So here's our ice rod
the
cancel
doorway.
for the keys, except that we can just quit out, and
Yep.
we'll appear back at the top because we want to go up the mountain this time. Who's ready for 100 input code?
Yep. And if Silent messes it up, he's gonna have to start again. So start praying in chat, please. It's really nice to input the code, and then
Yeah.
you hear the thing.
Yeah, it's
That
nice.
music is
It's like
amazing.
the best sound effect in the game.
What a fantastic puzzle! Such a great third act in the game. What are you doing?
I'm putting
You
the
just
code-
showing off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait, the door is hollow? What? You're depriving us of the music.
Yeah.
Just
it's
kidding.
fine.
You
I
can
know.
skip the door. Haha.
It hurts because I really like the music and the sound effect, but we can in fact ladder storage clip through that door.
Which
as sad
was
as it
discovered
is.
by who?
Tippy?
Oh, maybe. Okay, I was gonna say Jabber. I thought
Yeah.
Jabber figured it out. Jabber's the setup. Jabber figured out at least.
Yeah, I think I figured out the consistent way to do it.
Yeah.
But someone else, probably Tippy, showed that it
100%
was
world record
possible.
holder who's currently grinding Mario
Yeah.
Wonder. Yeah. So that's it. We should have all but one page, and so of course we'll get the table of contents last.
And then we can talk to Mom. I mean, the air, sorry.
One more trick. Okay. I can't tell over
Ooh.
the screen share. Maybe.
Yep. There it is.
Yes.
27.
27
Congratulations. Let's give it up for Silent, an amazing true ending unrestricted run.
That was a good run. That felt
Underestimate. Let's go.
nice.
Yeah. I can't
was
think
great.
of any mistakes.
World record in this category, if it matters, is 24:30. So still a lot of time between this, but with marathon strats and whatnot, you still can get a pretty good time. So,
Yeah, I think this is
but
the
a lot of the
category
time comes down to Laurel's movements and also that unsafe strat in Ziggurat that we skipped. That saves like almost a minute. So
Yeah. I mean, this category is very tough to grind out specifically for like PB attempts, but if you're just kind of running it casually, just to be like, I understand how this whole run fits together and works, it is just like viscerally fun to execute. Like this run is just a super fun speed run to learn and be able to just kind of run casually or demonstrate. I'm shocked that it's not run more. I guess just the difficulty of all the runs is tough, but if you start at gun percent and you work your way up, like New Game Plus to any percent, when you tackle true ending, you don't really have to learn a ton more. And as you'll see in our break video, the no major glitches route is even more friendly if you don't want to deal with like the fragility of ladder storage and upgrade ceiling. Well, very, very, very nice job, Silent. Thank you, Jabber. Let's give it up for Jabber. First commentary in a showcase or marathon. I think you did rather well.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for running New Game Plus earlier, of course. I'm going to give you the mic. The floor is yours before you say goodbye to us. What would you like to say, Jabber?
I just like to thank everyone in the TUNIC speedrunning community for being so helpful, always giving advice, helping out with tricks, sharing tricks with each other, and like theory crafting. I only joined in February this year, but I feel like everyone's a really great friend already. I hope that through the showcase, everyone here will maybe pick up some gun percent, join our Discord, start chatting with us. It's a great game. It's a great speedrunning game. Yeah, just glad to be here and glad to have found you all.
The feeling is definitely mutual. I have not met a bad person in the community yet, and Jabber, you're no exception. So you've been helpful in and out of Tunic. Very, very cool to have met you through this speed game. Yeah, I'll see you in chat. I guess it's time for us to take our last break, and the break video will tell you what we're going to be up to next. So stay tuned.
you won't want to miss it.
True Ending visits virtually every area of Tunic and touches on all the mechanics in the game. Because it requires every page in the game, this category introduces routing for 10 ferries. New techniques seen in the previous run, True Ending Unrestricted, include the Atoll Ledge Clip, a slightly faster Dark Tomb route using ladder storage, an effigy cancel into West Garden, ice grappling to the West Garden page that you would normally need the teleporter for, ladder storage routing through the swamp, both breaking into and skipping Cathedral, upgrade stealing, which lets us get nearly unlimited stamina for Laurel's dashing, a Zig Tower skip using ladder storage, a Librarian quick kill using the lure, which is also used in any percent no major glitches, and using ladder storage to skip the mountain door. This category is really, really tough in PB attempts. The ladder storage bits are prone to failure, upgrade stealing can be tough, FHE cancels can be tough, and any one of these things can ruin your run. If you want to try True Ending, but you want a little bit more safety, the No Major Glitches category is much less fragile. I would even go as far as to say that it's the most fun category in Tunic. Ziggurat is far easier, and there's less emphasis on perfect matching with Laurels, without upgrade stealing. Of course, you'll need to mix in some tricks to compensate for the lack of ladder storage, and you'll have to do the mountain door as intended, but you trade that complexity for a much safer run that you can finish much more often. Now, if you want to try a category that gets early laurels with similar routing, but avoids having that added complication of the pages and the fairies, look into all relics, both unrestricted or no major glitches. The same caveats apply as true ending. Unrestricted is a bit more fragile, but no major glitches is a little slower. But the run overall is simpler, it's a little more fun, and it has really unique routing to pick up the 6 hero relics. And in all relics unrestricted, you get to steal not just stamina, but also attack, which makes fights as easy as New Game Plus, and is the quickest air fight in any category. If you're really invested in Tunic speedrunning, all relics can be a great way to ramp up from any percent before taking on true ending. Tunic does have a 100% category, which requires all non-consumable items, relics, pages, fairies, secret treasures, cards, card slots, flask and flask shards, every upgrade item, and fully upgraded stats. The run is somewhere between 60 and 90 minutes depending on the rule set, and there are a few VODs to study if you are interested in the unrestricted category. As no one is currently running 100%, and because we've seen a lot of vanilla Tunic speedrunning today, we're going to shift over to showcase the Tunic Randomizer mod instead. This mod features randomization of every item and enemy, hints, enhanced Fox customization, custom items, and much more. You can find a full description of all the features and links for downloads at rando.tunic.run. Today we will be playing the classic randomizer mode, which means all 302 checks are scrambled all over Tunic's world, with some logic in place to make sure the game can actually be completed. To win, we must find all 3 hexagon keys to unlock the air, and either defeat them with likely limited resources, or, in the unlikely event we find all 28 pages, we can achieve ending B. To keep things interesting, we will be racing a shared seed with commentary by the community.
It was a long, really painful process to get the name changed, because in my heart of hearts, the game was Secret Legend, and I knew it couldn't be that, but I always wished that it could be. But it was, super generic. That was the thing that we found, was people would walk away from that PAX demo and be like, it's the Fox game, Legend something Fox game. And there's an enormous shared Google Doc with piles and piles and piles of names. That I think one of the challenges was that we wanted to evoke this sort of cool fantasy feeling, but it's really easy for a title to look like a Dragonlance novel title. Do you know what I mean? Really kind of cheesy and in genre. And that didn't make sense. And I had written down a name that included the word tunic. It was tunic and something else. And maybe it was either Adam or Felix in that shared doc. Maybe just highlighted. It was maybe just this. And we ended up settling on that in the way that we knew that we would, which is you find something that A, nobody really hates, and B, you can get the SEO for. You can get your domain name and the Twitter handle or whatever. If you can get those and nobody really hates it, then you've probably got something that's decent. And that's where we ended it. It was definitely one of those we got to choose something. Okay, this, right? But it was a long deliberation process, because we had known for ages that it would have to change, right? It was we really got to do something about that name, huh? For a year, and then made the Google Doc called Secret Legend is a bad name, and I might still have that actually. Secret Legend, Triangle Quest, To Go Alone, The Legend Tells of Seven Bells. A lot of these are really awful, really, really awful. tiny prophecy.
I love that's okay. I can see that.
Oh, it was like bound in capital letters. Like I had written that one down. And I was like, jumping, traveling, books are bound. Shame it's taken. Because there's a game that's about like dancing or something like that called Bound. It's like really cool looking. That came out a number of years ago. Yeah, it's Tunic, Tuft, Tunic and Tuft. And then Adam has a note that says, dang, this is actually maybe okay. What? It's pretty rough to read this because it's Fez 2, Phil says it's okay. Phil says it's okay because Felix also runs Polytron, which is
really
yeah,
that's okay.
But actually this is interesting. There's a screenshot at the top of sort of requirements for it. So emotional profile, mystery and adventure, bullet point, lonely ruins, bullet point, mystery / wonder of the unknown, wide cryptic world, hostile and indifferent, but ready for exploration, an impossible task so big and far away, an old civilization hiding layers of discovery behind an otherwise complete experience. These are all references. Adventuresome quest about was a phrase that I had used a bunch to describe the game, and I don't think that ever made it into the title list, but that sort of feeling was part of it.
Fastest Furs, thank you for sticking around for our extra setup. Look at this beautiful layout. Ah, it's so good. What a fantastic. I can't wait. I can't wait. So, for our last showcase today, we're going to be racing the Tunic randomizer. I'm going to be playing against a newcomer here, King Samson, who's I would say has definitely has run Tunic speedrunning, but comes from a more randomizer background, where I have like no randomizer experience at all. So you're going to be seeing kind of a competition sort of a mainline randomizer runner versus kind of a mainline speedrunner. So we'll see how it works out. Welcome in, Samson.
Hello, hello.
Good luck to you.
Good luck to you as well.
All right. I would also like to introduce a couple new commentators. Of course, we have Silent back, fresh from their True Ending run. But we also
Hello.
have Jim the Eternal. Hello,
Hey,
Jim.
how's it going?
What brings you to our commentary table today?
I love Tunic. I feel like that's good enough. But also, I'm just a big fan of randomizers in general, and the Tunic randomizer really speaks to me in terms of how it's laid out, and Tunic is such a good game, and I've contributed like a little bit to the code base, and yeah, I just love this game.
Yeah, I cannot wait to go back and listen to this. Of course, Samson and I will be deafened like the entire race, and I won't be watching, no spoilers, etc. But Jim and Silent together commentate so good. I can't honestly, y'all are in for a treat. I can't wait to go back and watch this later. I hope I don't just absolutely throw this race.
Same.
But that's fine. That's fine. However, we do have a special guest today, and I hope that his mic is working.
Me too.
Yeah. Last but not least, definitely not least, we have Dicey in chat to help commentate the entire run. Well, maybe not the vast majority of the run. We'll see if it's the entire run. Hopefully, I won't have an extra 20 minutes on the end after Samson wins. Hello, Dicey. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here as always. I'm going to do my very best to provide insights where I can, but as per usual, I'm always flabbergasted by the new stuff that I see in these. So I'm probably going to be no help. I'm just going to go, golly gee, gosh.
It is very funny that you will be like the audience's foil in in this setting. The developer is the audience foil. That's a good one. I like it.
Yeah. You ever think that maybe this is too fast? Just tone it down a little bit, folks.
Well, you're about to see one or both of us go very slow for a little bit. So
Yeah, compared to all the other runs that have happened today.
Yeah. All right. Well, so if you want to learn more about the Tunic randomizer, we're not going to first of all, this run is going to be somewhere between an hour and a half long. We don't know because all of the commentators and both runners, we have never seen this seed before. We had the community pick it out. I think Adalor? Oh, I know y'all gave me a pronunciation guide and
That's
I can't
right.
look it up. But shout outs to them. They helped vet this seed, Jabber as well. They kind of worked together to make sure this was going to be a good marathon safe seed. I don't know what that means. I don't know how that impacts the decisions I make. So we'll just have to see. But yeah, community effort on this one for sure. And we're using a tracker that I made because I wanted to make sure we had a tracker that would automatically update based on the item log so that one day, hopefully, we could see a race like this happen. So this is a real cool, kind of mini fantasy come true for me. So it'll be very cool to see this, and hopefully that'll help everybody at home understand the progress that we're making as we go. Sorry, I said we had a website. Did I say that? Not yet. Yeah, if you want to learn more information about this randomizer, we have a really, really cool website that outlines like all of the features and toggles and installation instructions and everything, and it's very easy to remember. I'm going to type it in chat right now. It's rando.tunic.run. That's it. Okay, well, I have to get ready to erase, so I got to close some windows. Anything I should say before I go silent, or can you take it from here?
I think we're good. Just let me know when you're ready, and we can start the. I'll give you the heads up for the countdown.
Yeah, we have a race time room open, so silent. Just let me know in there, and I'll begin the 10-second countdown after that. Okay, I'll see y'all on the other side.
All right.
Good
Best
luck.
of luck to both of you.
So, anything we want to say before we get started here?
Yeah, I can just go over briefly. So they're going to be racing the Tunic randomizer. The goal of the Tunic randomizer is to find the 3 RGB hexagons like we've been doing in past runs today, and then find some way to get to the air and defeat the air, or they can find all the pages and get ending B, which is a little bit slower and usually isn't done in races unless that's explicitly outlined. So they're probably both going to go very separate ways. We'll do our best to kind of keep track of both of them. But depending on what items are where and what each player finds, it could be, it could be anybody's game. So
There's also quite a
anything
few
you wanna
options to
add,
the
Jordan?
randomizer that we're not going to be playing with this time. Shuffleability is probably the most impactful one, but also the hexagon quest if you're looking for kind of a shorter run. And we may have some time to talk about that during the run.
Oh yeah, we'll probably have plenty of time. So I think I'll give them the heads up. Start their countdown, and we can get on with the race.
Cool. Let's go. Let's go. I'm so excited.
All right, their countdown is starting, and they should both start pretty soon. But yeah, we'll have a lot to talk about. It's like Samson. All right, they're both starting. Good.
So right at the start, we have the firecracker codes. I'm not sure if the other codes were mentioned much in the other speedruns, but there are 3 types of bombs, and there is a code for each bomb in addition to the firecracker. So we're probably going to see all 3 of those picked up for these runners.
Yeah, basically the most powerful thing to do at the start of the randomizer is to use those bombs to break bushes to get into both sides of the overworld, because that unlocks a ton of checks. This game as a randomizer is pretty open. There's a lot that you can do from the get-go. There's a lot of paths you can take, a lot of options. Both of them will soon come to read the mailbox. Ooh, so Rad picked up an item that you may not have ever seen before, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But he's going to look at the mailbox and see that it says Overworld is first steps, which is part of the randomizer's hint system. It tells you where some sort of useful item is, kind of in like Sphere 1, something that you don't need any other progression to get to. Overworld is kind of broad. It doesn't tell them a lot, but it does tell them that, they know where all of the Sphere 1 checks are in Overworld, and they should be able to find that relatively easily.
So specifically anything that doesn't need like another item in order to get to, as Silent was saying, which does restrict where in the overworld they could be going.
And we
I
see
also
right away
wanna-
Rad's going left and Samson is going right. So they're both taking different paths, which could mean that one of them could find that first item.
Oh, we've got our
than the
first
other.
hint ghost on the left.
Yeah. So the randomizer has a pretty detailed hint system where there are those ghost foxes just kind of appear around the map, and they give you sort of minor hints toward like certain locations or certain lesser useful items, but still good to have on your way.
We're also seeing. Ooh, okay. Well, I guess we found our first step. The windmill code revealed our first sword upgrade. So one of the things that's really cool about the randomizer is instead of finding the stick and the sword as separate items, there are slots for an upgrade. You start with a stick and then you get the sword, and well, who knows what you might get after that?
Yeah, the game only has one sword, so I think there's just two.
Two, technically, I guess.
Two, right? Sure. Anything you'd like to add, Dicey, while they're getting started?
Did you want to talk about the spelling error medallion?
Yeah, we can do that. So the first item that they both found is actually sort of a custom item put into the randomizer, kind of based off of a unused item in the game. We call it the Death Stone. I think there are like TUNIC letters on it that I think were intended to say dash, but either it was misspelled or maybe you have the story behind it. But it says Death, so the community has kind of just picked up on it and just started calling it that as a little fun Easter egg. But what it does is when they use it, it will let them teleport back to the last bonfire that they rested at. So it's kind of like a homeward bone from like Dark Souls, if you're familiar with that.
We have our first death of the randomizer on Rad's screen. The enemizer feature, randomizing the enemies, is definitely come into play here. Having a turret pop up in that area where there's not a lot of room to dodge is pretty painful to deal with. The turrets are absolute snipers.
I like Samson using the homeward bone there to get out of the death scene. It's very good.
There was an actual like bone shaped homeward bone in the game at one point, super early on. I wonder if that mesh is still in there somewhere.
Silent, you know what you need to do.
I'm not sure if it's there. I don't know. I'd have to look.
Speaking of
the actual model for the Death Stone, I don't think is present anymore. So it's just like a little picture when you pick it up.
Oh yeah, right. Because it was just like in that inventory item atlas. Well, you know what? While Rad was doing his run earlier, I did for the very first time ladder storage. And as part of that, I was able to find out exactly what causes it. So good news, everyone. It's ready to be patched. We can patch it out. No more ladder storage. Everyone's going to be happy about this, right?
Absolutely. As someone who doesn't speedrun this game, you do what you want.
I can't stop you, but please don't.
No, it's let's see here. It's line 4060 of playercharacter.cs. It's a thing that I was trying to fix a bug that's every now and again on Switch. A character would fall off a ladder during scene load because gravity was being applied. So I said, surely it can't possibly hurt anything to say, hey, are you on a ladder? Well, don't apply gravity then. And the rest is history because you can do all kinds of neat stuff now.
I love it. So Samson, while we were discussing ladder storage, has found the magic wand, which is one of the progression items. It is. I don't think it actually. Oh no, it matters for the ice slime, which we may or may not see, probably not, but is also just really useful as a weapon, which is a little hard to come by this early in the randomizer.
Yeah, they did have the gun in the shop, and I think Samson went into the shop. I'm assuming Rad did as well, so they have that available to them as well. Eventually, when they have enough money, it looks like Samson just got the attack relic, which is going to be very useful for the air fight later on. It's one of like the key items that you kind of want to see. It's not strictly necessary, but it's very good to have.
Man, it's so cool to see the difference in directions that they've both taken. Like this game is so open. You mentioned this in the beginning, but there's the idea of spheres in randomizers. The idea that if you collect everything that is available to you with no items, then you have gotten everything that's in sphere 1, and then the stuff that unlocks is now sphere 2. And if you do that again, that's now sphere 3. And some games have a lot of spheres. Some games go really, really deep. You need to like double dip into a dungeon, go into a dungeon, get something, come back out, get something else, go back into that dungeon, get a third thing in order to progress. And for whatever reason, because of the speedrunner love that Dicey talked about earlier, TUNIC is just so wide open. Like half the game, something like that, is in sphere 1, depending on how you want to categorize things. And I just love it. It allows for so much expression in terms of where you want to go and what you think is good.
I hadn't thought about it like that before, as sort of layers of an onion or spheres, but I really like that. And you're absolutely right that it is that speedrun awareness that made it that way. Like even the requirement that you have the orb to get into the ziggurat by activating that fuse was something that I went back and forth on a lot. There might have been a version of this game where you could have done everything without getting any item in particular.
Wow, that would have been an incredible game to play.
In the end, I think it made sense to make sure that people didn't get too terribly lost and sort of, corral things a little bit. But I hold that sort of openness is near and dear to my heart for sure.
So we have Rad finally getting his stick, I think, with the vagaries of routing for these two runners going in different directions. This is the first weapon that Rad has picked up with. And Samson has now picked up a sword in addition to the wand. So Samson's actually going to be moving a bit quicker in any situation where he's going to need to kill enemies. But, there's just so many places to go. It's really hard to say who's ahead at this point.
Yeah. Samson's getting another hint that says Overworld is Path of the Hero, which is kind of similar to the first steps, but Path of the Hero just refers to, like, there is a good item in this area. Doesn't really say what's required or where it might be. So was the wand in Overworld? That could have been what that's referring to. Hard to say.
I think the wand was in Overworld, yeah. At this point, that was like, a minute and a half ago. I couldn't for the life of me remember.
Yeah.
We did see Samson praying at the gravesite, so we have a little bit of knowledge of what's in the hero's grave. It was a quick peek. I'm not sure that I got all of the information there, but I think I saw the lantern in the hero's grave.
I didn't get a glance. I saw that there was a lure in there. That's all that I saw.
Lantern in the hero's grave is actually a pretty impressive set of randomizer logic, if that's what's actually happened. So the randomizer requires that you have certain items in order to put items into specific locations. So if, for example, the lantern is difficult to get...
Sorry, Red got Mr. Mayor, and I had to point it out.
Mr. Mayor's great. Did we talk about treasures?
I don't think we did. Oh, Rad's got there's where the wand was. So
there's where the wand. Okay, so definitely Overworld.
We can talk about treasures after you can.
Okay, yeah.
To cut you off, but you can keep going. Yeah.
So the idea is, if a certain thing is required for a zone, then you're not going to find anything. Oh, there's a blue chest.
Oh, there's the lantern.
Oh, there's the lantern. Okay, so I was wrong.
I think it was a page items. That must have been a page or something. Yeah.
But anyway, it not that it matters at this point, but it means that if you need to get the laurels in order to get the lantern, then anything in the Dark Tomb or beneath the vault would have to be even further deeper in that chain of spheres, so even less likely to be relevant.
But on the flip side, chest. them having lantern now could mean that laurels is somewhere locked behind lantern. That they may have to go through either Dark Tomb or into the fortress to get laurels, or even just to get basically any other item that otherwise would be beyond those places. But yeah, the blue chest, that was the first hexagon, I think, from either player. One of the settings of the randomizer is like chests match contents, kind of like how like some Zelda randomizers do it and whatnot. But the hexagons specifically have kind of like custom textures applied to those chests, so you can kind of spot them from far away.
In addition to just the pickups, the item pickups being visibly what they are, it's one of the great things about this randomizer is you get a certain amount of knowledge just by knowing where a check is, and that can tell you whether or not that check is worth going for, which is one of the things I really love about being able to apply your knowledge to this game and kind of make decisions based on that. And you get a little bit of information about a hard-to-get location, and it can tell you, I need to route this in, or I don't need to route this in.
Yeah.
Man, these enemizers just absolutely... the enemies are so all over the place.
Yeah, enemy randomizer is pretty fun in this game. You may notice that there are some enemies that you might not recognize, and it's because the enemy randomizer does kind of bring in some, I don't want to say leftover or like unused enemies that are kind of still present in the game but not found anywhere. So if you see any that kind of look odd or you haven't seen before, that might be where those are coming from.
And most of those are just absolute pains to deal with. Very few of them are, unassuming or innocuous like the slimes. They seemingly are meant to be in low-level areas, but they'll absolutely clean your clock if you give them half a chance. You got to be really careful around like the little pixelated, not pixelated, but like the low poly versions of enemies.
Yeah.
Those are the most scary of them all.
The early ones when I hadn't, softened up as a game designer. Or actually probably more likely just had very old values or like unrefined values for damage and hit points and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like there's the lumberjack who just does a lot of
they're
damage,
awesome.
but also is unrelenting.
Yeah, that was going to be a sort of like Black Knight sort of stand-in, like a Dark Souls sort of style Black Knight, which is the meant to scare you away sort of enemy, but never really found a good place for him.
Honestly, it's probably for the best that he's not in the game anywhere. He was scary.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
So here we have another feature of the enemy randomizer. The guard captain that is normally in the spot has been replaced by the custodian. So you can see enemy names.
Complete with health bar and enemy name as well. A lot of the enemies don't have kind of, I don't know, like canon names in the instruction manual, so a lot of these are kind of pulled from either the name in the code or just something that kind of we made up.
And
I think custodian is one that is in the manual though, so that may be familiar to those watching.
I think that's true. One of the really interesting things about replacing the guard captain there is the guard captain is he's a little nearsighted, so you can actually just run around him and open the gate and then run past him, and he'll never be the wiser if you plan your path accordingly. So having some other enemy in there kind of means you're locked into a fight when you might not otherwise be.
Some enemies you can still do it, but yeah, a lot of them will just kind of see you and you kind of have to work around it. Also, were both of those enemies in there both custodians? That's kind of funny.
One was the custodian, one was the small one.
Yeah.
Are they both custodians? I'm not actually sure what the enemy names are.
I don't know. I think they're all just called custodians. They might be different.
Yeah, in the manual, I think that's right. I forget what they would be called. I don't know what the database, the XLS file has them listed as, though.
I do think that they do show up with different names. Like I think the big one is like wizard or no, custodian, and then I think in TUNIC it says like candles or something. I remember what I put for it.
Now, someone picked up the weird key thing that you use to open the plinth with the red hexagon in it. Is that just absolutely useless in this run unless you use it to like open that one spot?
That is exactly what it does. It opens that one spot.
It just opens one check.
Wow.
Even if you have like keys behind bosses, it just puts the red key behind like what drops off of Siege Engine, so you can still find that for like an extra check.
It's a long storied history of otherwise useless items that open exactly one check. Link to the Past has quite a few of those.
20 fairies.
God. So they're both even now in terms of their weaponry. Rad found his sword in the East Forest here. So they've both got a sword. They've both got the wand. I think Rad hasn't found his blue hex yet. I think he hasn't gone to Lower Forest.
He should be close to going down there, hopefully.
But yeah,
if he would have gone down there, he would have seen it. I'm just assuming he hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, it's easy to assume that he's going to head in that direction at some point soon, since he's already here. If he hasn't already done it.
Yeah.
And we have a peek into Darkting. I wonder if Samson's going to head towards
He has
Garden.
lanterns, so he probably could.
If so, this is a thing that I like to see. One of the things that we've included is a hint for the Laurels. The Laurels is the biggest item in the game. It completely changes the pacing of the game. It unlocks so many checks, and it kind of moves things around, or kind of changes the focus of the randomizer, if you will.
looks like Samson's doing what I was wondering if either of them were going to do, which is he's trying to hit the western bell with the fire rod, and this will let him get into the temple earlier, which will be related to what Jim is talking about. So carry on, Jim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, this is a super cool trick. This one's really inconsistent. It's hard to pull off. There's an easier way to do it from the other side of the overworld. I'm not sure whether or not Samson will want to try that instead if this doesn't work well. But yeah,
he may have pulled that lever already.
Yeah, that's possible. But yeah, so because laurels are such a big part of the game, there is a hint towards the location of the laurels in the sealed temple. So it's not easy to get by any means, but it is something that you're going to be wanting to go for kind of as soon as you're able to. And then with the lantern, you can go through West Garden. But in this case, with the wand, there's a couple of different ways to just trigger the West Bell from the overworld, which will really shortcut that whole process. That's a lot of West Garden that Samson's not going to have to go through in order to get his hint.
I don't know if he got it or not.
I don't think he did. I heard the dong from Rad's side, or the ding rather from Rad's side.
I think he got the one in forest, but I think he's probably going to do the other strat. It's where it looks like where he's heading right now.
That could be. This feels like he's just going to check in and then try again.
Mm-hmm. Well, Rad's like going to the alternate setup for this. So
oh yeah, if Rad remembers to do it, that'll be great. That'll be a huge advantage for him.
If they both get this at the same time, that's actually going to be pretty good because it'll mean they're basically at the same kind of converging point and getting that hint.
Yeah, they're very close.
What was the decision process for where the ghost hints would be placed?
Just where I felt like it. Usually a lot of the places are places that are either just like one-off rooms. So a lot of the rooms that connect to like overworld will have a chance for one, or places that there are like no enemies near, just because like you don't want to be talking to one and having enemies like beating them up. So like usually like the entrance to certain areas, like the entrance to like West Garden, there could be one, or like swamp away from the enemies, sort of. But they could be all over the place. There's I think almost 60 of them, but you only get 15 per seed. So
oh wow, that's cool.
Well, they both got the distant dong at the same time.
They both did indeed.
And we've seen that the laurels are at the top of the mountain.
Top of the mountain, wow. Who could have guessed?
That's very cool. So I think we're going to be seeing some Golden Path entries soon.
They can't skip it this time because they don't have laurels.
That's exciting. I do love the
that's
Golden
cool.
Path
I'm glad
jingle.
that they're both here at the same time. Because this is kind of perfect because they're both gonna get it, and then it's just gonna like explode from here. Like they could go anywhere and everywhere in either the same order or different orders. So
and this is such an inflection point in the randomizer. The fact that they're both going to be aiming for it at around the same time is really, really great because it keeps them in pace. Like early laurels on one side or the other would have just been an absolute game breaker. And the fact that they're going to be relatively even at this point is just super good from a race perspective.
We see Samson saying that there's a sword upgrade in Frog's Domain, so I'm sure that they probably are both going to go there at some point for that as well.
Yeah, that seems very likely. One of the things that I like to do once I get the laurels is you've already seen that there's hints on some of the reliquary statues. So there was the hint in the East Forest sword access area that mentioned that Overworld was on the path of the hero. So 3 of those statues also have clues for the locations of the hexagons. So that is something that I personally really like going for. The moment I have laurels is checking those particular hint statues to kind of find out where the hexagons are and make my way towards the airfight at that point.
Yeah, I don't know if we mentioned it, but 3 of the heroes' graves have hints for kind of like major progression items. And the other 3 are hints for where the hexagons are, but they're kind of placed in such a way that some of them you need laurels to get to, and they're not kind of, you can't just like go get them from the start. You kind of have to work your way up to them. But it is kind of one of those things, especially in a race, where if you get set up, you can almost sort of like rush those hints and then figure out where to go next. And there we see Rad's getting the laurels. Samson hasn't yet opened the door, but
Yeah, we saw an angry spin from Samson. I think he messed up the code once.
the telltale sign of, I messed up the code, I must spin for 2 seconds.
So this location for the laurels actually implies a certain amount of routing, because it is very easy to use the laurels to get into the monastery, and the monastery has one of those hexagon hint statues. Share your wisdom.
Has it ever, now I'm asking the game design questions now, has it ever occurred to you to like author, not a seed, but a configuration of item locations to sort of demand a certain route or, you know, evoke a certain sort of style of play?
I can't speak for Silent. I know that's not something that's currently in the game, but there is definitely a history of what they call plandos in other randomizers. People,
Plandos.
Yep. People generating seeds specifically to frustrate or to delight. Mostly frustrate, because randomizer players are masochists. So that would be a very cool feature to have, but again, that is a matter of somebody adding it to the code base.
Yeah, it would be cool, and I have thought about it. It's just having time to try and do that. But I will say that this randomizer also supports like multi-worlds with Archipelago, and you can kind of do that through there as well. So it is sort of possible, just not in the standalone version. But the two are very similar feature-wise. So.
That's true. Archipelago has a lot of tools when you're setting up your initial settings that are built into Archipelago, but aren't something that are available to the standalone because of the way that Archipelago does the logic generation. So you can do something like make a specific location incentivized, which means it has to have a progression relevant item, and you can limit certain items to be in certain places. And these are some somewhat complex tools that Archipelago's introduced, but there's just a lot of freedom, specifically with that kind of generation. I think we just saw the orb for Samson, so that now basically opens the door to almost everything. I think every check in the game, bar one, is now accessible between the laurels and the orb.
Yeah. Where did he find that? I was too focused on Rad's
It was just outside of the sewer check, beneath the well, just outside of the well.
Gotcha.
The turret guarded chest. Yeah, okay, so interestingly, I want to point this out. Rad had a similar problem to Samson. Samson just triggered the Holy Cross code to unlock a particular item in a field of flowers, and the enemies there are really not conducive to letting you do that with any kind of ease. And Samson had like a particular movement just kind of inching away from the enemies at the right pacing to let him put in the code in a way that triggered the code while he was kind of doing other stuff. And Rad had like a huge problem with it. He had to leave the room and come back and mess around with it a bit. So I don't know if that speaks to more familiarity with the enemies or just more comfort with the Holy Cross codes, but I think that's one intriguing small difference between the two runners.
Yeah, it does look like Rad is kind of choosing to clear out all of the quarry, whereas Samson basically just like left as soon as he got the hint and was like choosing to go elsewhere instead.
Yeah, and I mean, with how open the game is, you really can go anywhere. It looks like neither of the runners are taking the hint-focused approach and gunning specifically for the hexagon hints. But they've definitely chosen different directions to go.
I think Samson is, at least, because I think, yeah, the red key was hinted to be underneath here, so...
Okay, so that's one hint done. And he already has the blue hexagon, so there is going to be a green hexagon hint at one of two other statue locations, either in the library, which is going to be a little difficult to get to, or the cathedral statue, which is much easier to get to going backwards now that you have the laurels. And that will kind of clear the path for wherever the rest of the things are. Ooh, camera angles.
One of the other items that I think both players are going to hope to see at some point is the ice dagger, because using that in the air fight is not required again, but very, very handy. The air can be to beat if you're not well equipped in the randomizer, even with all the upgrades and extra stuff that you can get. Like the hero relic of defense that Samson just picked up, which I'm not sure if we touched on, but the hero relics in the randomizer, when you pick them up, will give you like a free +1 to that stat. And similarly, the gold trophies that they're finding also have kind of a random stat boost applied to them, because otherwise from a randomizer perspective, they don't quite do a whole lot. So they do get some passive upgrades as they play.
And that conveniently lines up to give you exactly 8 possible upgrades for every stat. Which I appreciate the aesthetics of that. So we're going to be getting another hint over here. This is Overworld is still the path of the hero, just in case you were wondering. Which implies that there are, in fact, multiple Overworld items.
Which I believe so far we've seen Stick, Fire Wand, and Orb. So I think we can safely assume that those are the 3, but we safely assume that those 2 were the 2, and, you know, one was the one at the start, so there could be more. Who knows?
There could be more, absolutely. As far as we know, all of the hints are currently accounted for. And Terry takes another life.
Did they go to West Garden?
Nobody's been to West Garden yet, as far as I can tell.
So there's
They
one
haven't
hint
needed
that they asked, right? Was that Samson's first?
That was Samson's first death. He's been dealing with the enemies really well, but he was cornered by a champignon, so that's gonna make things a little bit more difficult. By the way, that is my favorite enemy name, I think, in any game, so congratulations, Dicey, that was brilliant.
Thank you. It's they're secretly funguses, self-locomoting funguses.
I kind of figured from the name, it's so good. It's so good. I love the idea that an alligator-shaped mushroom is one of the more dangerous enemies in this game.
There were actual mushrooms as well, and given that Silent and the rest of you haven't found them, I assume they're actually gone from the code base, but I should show those off sometime.
I don't know, because we just found the centipede like 2 days ago. So
oh, really?
Could be.
Maybe there's still stuff in there.
But I'm not sure. I think our options are being. I think we're running out of new things to find, but I could be wrong, because I thought before that we didn't have. Yeah.
So a lot to talk about in the past 10 seconds.
Yes. Surprised there are more swords. Rad now has the librarian sword, which is part of the sword upgrade system that's in the randomizer. Samson seems to be going for the next hexagon hint. Looks like he's probably just honing in on those.
Unfortunately, he got the one that wasn't useful.
Rad's getting trolled by a crab or a spider.
Wow, that was incredible teamwork. So unfortunately, this was the clue that they've already got. They've already found the blue hexagon. So knowledge of the location of the blue hexagon, not particularly useful. Which means that the last remaining clue is in the librarian's castle, which is going to be a bit of a struggle to get to. But I think we have some information about the atoll that kind of makes them want to go in that direction anyway. Seeing all those enemies at the base of the ladder is just like, ah. That the crab is in the absolute worst location. Wow, that's impressive.
I think he pushed him into the wall just enough that he didn't care anymore, so...
yeah, okay, that's good.
I just live in this wall now, don't mind me.
Yeah, there's some interesting things with the enemy AI. There's a couple of enemies that, if you have them spawn in scenes that they're not normally in, it's mostly noticeable with the swarms, but also noticeable with the crowds and the other enemies. They just don't do what you would expect them to. Crabs frequently just do not move at all, and slorms decide that geometry is a suggestion and just fly through the floor.
Yeah, I wonder what that's all about. I mean, slorms, I don't know. It might be the crabs. Crabs have their own special nav meshes a lot of the time because they can go through the water, and also large crabs have their own special mesh because they're bigger and can't fit through certain gaps. Even though they try to sometimes, so I think the whole thing is just a little bit broken.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's certainly possible.
All right, Silent, you need to learn how to add nav meshes.
I think they're fine how they are. They're just kind of chilling. No big deal.
So West Garden, a bit of a payoff with the extra swords, but also just a real hassle with all of these enemies. It's just been quite a struggle to get through this area.
Yeah, one of the things that I was gonna say is it's quite funny in this area. A lot of the enemies in this area are little like fairies that are kind of like hidden in the walls, and then they kind of pop out. But the enemy random just like spawns them kind of in the wall there, so a lot of enemies just kind of don't look right in here. They're just kind of like filling in the water, but it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the laurels definitely are a saving grace here. It's a much easier way to escape a lot of these enemies than just running around.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think this is Rad's first shop check.
It might be. Well, he's got the best item game right there. He's got the gun.
Pretty good.
Everything else there is not super critical.
Are you saying
Looks
the
like-
best item is the gun or the low poly fox treasure?
The low poly fox treasure, of course.
Of course. Okay, good.
And now spending some time tossing in coins. So coins in the vanilla game, tossing coins into the well gives you the extra slots for charms for cards. But of course, this is a randomizer, so who knows what you're gonna get.
Good old fool traps.
10th coin is a page, not particularly impressive. So with 5 more coins, there's one more check in the well. There are a total of 17 coins in the game, so you don't have to get them all to get the final well check, which is a bit of a saving grace. But we have no guarantee that that last location is going to be at all relevant, which is one of the things that Silent is in his infinite wisdom has decided to help mitigate, which is through hint foxes. There's ghost fox NPCs scattered around the game. I don't think we've talked about them quite yet. And they provide a variety of different hints. Sometimes they'll let you know where a specific item is. For example, they can tell you that a relevant item is in a particular location. Sometimes they'll tell you what's in a hard-to-get location, so they could, for example, reveal what is in the 15 well coins check without you needing to collect all 15 well coins first. And sometimes they'll tell you that a particular location is not important, that it doesn't have anything progression-related. And I think that limits to anything that you can get in the shop, or money, or I think peppers are also not important. But definitely nothing that you'll need to
consumables and money and things of that nature.
Ooh, and we found the ice dagger.
Oh, yeah, I think Rad, or I think at this point they probably both have gotten that hint, but I think Rad, I saw Rad get the hint in West Garden that said Frog's Domain is Path of Fear, and what a spot for that to be, kind of just up on that pedestal there.
It's super good. Anytime you have a relevant item on a standalone location, is just, you know we've made good decisions in this randomizer.
Yeah, speaking of, with the hint system especially, shoutouts to Silent and everyone else that has worked on this thing. I have the actual code base, and I can't imagine implementing something like this. So to go through and muddle through obfuscated C# code or whatever it is, I don't know what magic you're doing. What an incredible thing.
Class names and function names mostly, but also plugins that can let us see things that are loaded like while the game is running. So like things that are in scenes and whatnot, and kind of lets us interact with them, and essentially just playing around with that and then translating it to like code to replicate it basically.
well. It's tremendous, and every time I see this, I'm amazed at what you've managed to do.
The enemizer giveth and taketh away. Samson saved by friendly fire when a frog killed one of those cursed spiders, and then immediately in the next room, the cursed spider chased him down a ladder, and he was killed by a ghost.
Doesn't look like he's going back, but I don't know if he has a reason to, because it looks like he's just going to go for the last hit. It doesn't seem like Rat has any hexagons yet, so he might just be taking the clear every area approach. I wasn't paying attention too much when he was in East Forest to see if he didn't go down to get that.
I think he didn't. I think he just never went to Lower Forest.
Yeah.
He didn't have any weapons though, so it was a little bit harder for him to navigate. He didn't have the ways to clear out. In the library? Oh.
Wow. Well, this is a different game now.
Yeah. No, this is close to over, is what this is.
Yeah.
So Samson's routing choices here of just gunning for the clues looks like it is paying off immensely. The library clue told him that the green hexagon was in the library, which is going to be the last questagon that he's looking for. So he's well on his way to being out.
The librarian tried hiding it behind that chalkboard.
I always forget about that chest.
It's the ultimate security system, is knowing that someone's going to be looking at your office from an isometric perspective.
Exactly.
But yeah, so Samson now has everything he needs in order to trigger the air fight, and most likely we'll see him going to the Seal Temple to drop off the hexes, and then proceeding to the far shore to do battle. Rad, at this point, quite a bit behind with no hexagons. That's an unfortunate situation for him. I know that he has the monastery hint, at least. So he's not too far. Oh god, there's that centipede.
That's pretty scary down there, yeah. Snipers of all kinds, and
I don't want to be anywhere near that. Oh my god.
Yeah, the centipedes got removed for a few reasons, but yeah, they look kind of cool. They were scary, but they were cool.
Yeah, that looks super cool, and also I don't want to be there.
yeah, I'm pretty much on the side of like, I hate centipedes in real life, and I'd never want to see one again. So when I first saw that, I was like, oh, do I like? So maybe I'll put a toggle like, no centipedes.
Yeah,
they're cool. They're cool.
Do that thing like they have arachnophobia modes in games where it's just models are replaced by spheres.
Wouldn't be the worst choice. There's a couple of spiders in this game.
Yeah.
Does siege engine count as a spider?
That's a good question. Just replacing that with just a giant cube would be probably make the fight. I don't know if it would make it harder or easier.
It would certainly change the
just
feel
replace
of it.
like the spots that can be hit with just two like floating cubes. You gotta chase them down. And then there's just like giant laser beams coming out of thin air.
Samson going through the various offerings that he's picked up over the course of the game and using the effigies for their intended purpose, actually getting money out of them instead of the usual speedrun techniques. To get enough money to put these offerings in and get stat points.
Yeah, I can't think of any other ways to get money in this game. Definitely not.
No, there's not, for example, a way to get infinite money relatively close to where Samson is currently standing.
The health bars, or stamina bars in that case, going off the screen was something that Jonah, one of our QA experts, was like, hey, we should at some point fix this to make it at least look right and not have it go off the screen. And I drew a line in the sand and said, no, if someone's going to go through the trouble of doing that, just let it go infinitely high.
It's great.
It is incredibly rewarding to see that on screen and just be like, oh, well, I guess that's how much stamina I have. So where is Samson's heading, actually. I'm not sure at this point. Is he
think
going
he's
back to the Ice Rod? Or no, he has the Ice Rod.
He still only has the default sword, so he could be going for the sword upgrade.
Oh, that's true. We were told that there was a
sword upgrade here.
Yeah.
Which I don't think either of them have found. If it's in this chest... doesn't seem to have found it yet either.
Probably in the escape
He
chest,
got
then.
sword upgrade from West Garden, so it could be either in the one-off, like, back exit. Oh yeah, he's got one check left, which must be, I assume, that final check.
Yeah, I think it's in the escape. Okay, well, that's respectable. And I guess we don't actually have information about the West Garden sword, the one that was in the cave, I want to say, the sword upgrade?
It was right outside of the cave, yeah. I think that one's just... Rad just kind of happened upon that.
Yeah, Rad decided to put in West Garden into his routing, and there's not a lot of reason to, given that they kind of skipped West Garden for the purposes of bells. Wow. Those grenadiers have incredible arms. But yeah, Rad fully clearing Atoll here, and I'm not sure what his next move is going to be. He seems to be more inclined to fully clear areas rather than go for the specific checks that he thinks will be useful. So I'm really curious to see what his next step is after this.
It looks like he's maybe slowly making his way to the library, which would be a good move because he'll get the one hexagon at least.
It's also interesting that, like, for all that he wants to be thorough and seems to be wanting to full clear each zone, to have left the blue hexagon in the forest just because he didn't go to the lower forest.
Yeah, which I don't think is his fault because, again, going down there can be, if you're not well equipped, it can be scary, and the chances of there being something down there are pretty small. But it is kind of one of those things that, you know, you could skip something and then it'll come back to bite you later. And in this case, that kind of happened, unfortunately. But
so this has to be our sword upgrade.
I believe so. Yes.
There it is. So Samson now has his librarian's greatsword. What is the actual name of this item?
It's just level 3 sword. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, the librarian's sword, which is definitely a bit of a help. In addition to looking fancy, it has some slightly higher range than the base sword, so that's definitely the kind of thing that's going to be useful in the air fight. And he's made a little bit more money for these relics, so he's I think well on his way to a good fight.
Yeah, the final 2 sword upgrades also give you just like a free +1 to attack, so it'll be helpful in the final fight for sure.
Take a look at his screen and see which of the relics he has gold in.
It's all about potion and SP, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I think with the laurels, you kind of burn SP pretty quickly, so that might end up being a bit of a struggle for him in the air fight.
But if he opts for the freeze strategy, which looks like that's what he's going to do,
that makes sense.
he might not need to move around all that much.
That's true. With the ice rod, the fight is a little bit trivialized as long as you're familiar with the process.
Yeah.
You just don't want to parry perfectly over and over? Is that not fun?
I would argue that that's fun, but also nobody has a shield, which would make that a little bit more difficult.
Good point. Should have added a speedrunner's shield somewhere.
It's actually a good point that you make. Like, the air fight is difficult. It is hard. So it's one of those things that I'm personally, when I'm running the rando, like, I'm not going to engage unless I have some kind of trick. Either, you know, full attack and defense with the relics, or the shield and Aura's gem, or the ability to freeze with the ice rod. Like, I need some trick. I need some boost.
Yeah, there is no clear, like, go mode in this randomizer other than just the hexagons, because lots of people could fight this boss in many different ways, like shield and Aura's parrying, or needing all of the swords and the attack upgrades and whatnot, or needing the dagger combo, or, you know, what have you. It all kind of just depends on the player's style.
but we're seeing a pretty good example of the power of the ice rod in the air fight. This has been really clean so far. Mana intensive, to be sure. Maybe not as mana intensive as it would be in vanilla, but
Yeah, just enough, it looks like, to...
yeah. Well done. Well
job
thought,
done.
honestly. And 44 minutes is a hell of a time for a rando. Wow.
Yeah. And only 33% of the checks, too.
Is this the power of being a speedrunner? No wonder I feel so far behind.
So I guess, does that mean that that is just having better than average luck, you know, only grabbing a third of all of the possible checks, but still getting all of the critical items? Is that right?
Some of it is certainly luck. Some of it is knowing the randomizer really well and knowing where you can get information, knowing where things are likely to be. I would say there's a certain amount of luck in having the laurels be in a Sphere 1 accessible location, given that they're not shuffling their abilities. And then there's a certain amount of luck in picking up the wand early enough they can use the trick to get the West Bell without having to go through gardens, and then get that hint so that they know where the laurels are and can go straight for them. And then just the choice after that of getting the laurels and then just going straight for the hint statues, and knowing that that information is going to be available.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to juggle in the moment, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And, you know, kind of touching again on the openness of this game, there's a ton of places that you can go. So the decision of like when you are going to each individual place is very, very relevant. It's a matter of, some of it is just, you know, make a decision, because making a decision is quicker than not making a decision. But also, like, if you know, there's a certain amount of checks here, there's a certain amount of checks there, I can get more check density in this specific location, that makes that location a little bit more accessible or more interesting to go to as kind of a first place. Like, there's a lot of decisions to be made when thinking about where you're going to go.
Yeah. I had a chance to just building on that and answering old Garrett in the chat. I got a chance to try it with I believe Rad and Silent, sort of looking over my shoulder, because I had not seen it before, and so I was delighted when I saw, you know, like sword progression for the first time, because that's just a fun thing to be able to do, swing around these giant swords. It was a great time.
Very cool. Well, Rad now kind of with sniper accuracy pinpointing the red hexagon, leaving only the blue hexagon, and I don't think he has the hint for it yet. I don't think he's gone to Cathedral in order to get that information.
Seems like that may be what he's opting to do now with the hourglass question mark.
Rad's just showing off at this point.
Yeah, did the hourglass ever find utility, but with the speedrunning community?
We get it in 100%, but that's just a pickup box. I think it's a very cool item, but I don't think we found any strict use for it, unless you're telling us that there is a use for it that we haven't found yet, in which case...
No, I'm all out of secrets, I'm afraid.
So, anecdotally, I can share that a friend of mine used the hourglass in the Caustic Lightroom in order to make it easier to read that pattern.
Oh, smart. Yeah, that's its intended use for sure.
Great. Happy to have figured that one out.
Rad showing off with the extremely extra ladder storage all the way over to that fuse, and then canceling with a fire beam off of it. It's very cool to see.
I wonder if this was planned. Rad, did you throw? Did you throw so that you could use ladder storage? But yeah, he'll be getting his East Forest hint now and wondering, what did I not get?
Yeah.
That's always the question in this moment, is like, oh no, what did I miss? What did I forget? I forgot something, what was it? Of course, he'll head that way, and maybe we'll see the Seeking Spell, and
that was an expression of frustration there, I guess.
Yeah.
If you had been more thorough, you would already be home.
I totally forget where it actually is. Do we know
It
offhand?
was
We do. It's in lower forest. There's the 2 chests that are guarded by spiders. It's on the lower end.
Right. Got it. Yeah.
when you got to go around the ramp. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I imagine we'll just see Rad heading straight there, and then an air fight on Rad's side, and that'll be it.
I was gonna say, is he gonna go for the the East Forest teleporter? But he realized.
I wonder if he's thinking that it could be the. Ooh, sneaky.
Did you not know that you could dash up there like that?
I didn't know that it was that smooth. I actually know that there are 2 routes up from that side, and both of them I learned
Right.
within the past week. All right, so he's just visually checking all of these spots. He ran past a couple of chests because those weren't tinted blue, and from
I
here
think
you
he's
can
gonna
actually
show
see.
off with the
Oh,
ice
thank
bomb
God,
here
that's
instead
so
of
good.
the ice dagger.
Way to go.
My God, Rad, putting us all to shame.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There we go.
Now stuck forever? Oh, no. Okay.
Jabber asks if they're using a location tracker. I don't believe they are, but there are like map trackers for this randomizer. So if a lot of the hidden sort of secrets and chests kind of are intimidating to you, but you kind of want to try it out, there are tools available to kind of ease that process.
Rad definitely showing off the speedrun skill of equipping things during a brief cutscene. And getting ready for his air fight.
He did catch up pretty quickly. Like, I think he realized probably, he may have realized that Samson had already finished and is now just going for the hexagons,
Yeah, I think
but
that information is visible in the race time rune.
yeah.
So clean. Like, honestly, I love the randomizer. I've played a lot of the randomizer, but I don't have that speedrunning background. So seeing the kind of precision that you get on stuff that has been this heavily practiced is just impressive to me.
Especially that sequence in the temple where, I guess, pre-patch, that was something that was like 2 or 3 times frame perfect tricks in order to do the skip.
Yeah. Although I think that was dealt with before, like, the randomizer was part of the thing. So
okay.
in the randomizer, that was not necessarily an issue.
That scene skip, taking the hit to get the orange power ring going. He's got the hot
Love it.
peppers up, and he's got the speedrun code up. Just
I was
putting
gonna
on a clinic here.
Yeah. This cadence, this rhythm is always so hypnotizing, because it represents getting to the very end, and any mistake throws the whole thing off. It's always nail biting.
It's also very interesting seeing, kind of the turning point for Rad when he saw that Samson was done, was like, oh, I guess stuff is more accessible than I thought, and then just going straight for everything that he had information for. And, going from no hexes to beating the air in essentially, 8 minutes? 9 minutes? Like, that's a really quick...
Something like that, yeah.
Really quick comeback from where he was at. It's a 52-24 compared to Rad's 44 something? Or Samson's 44 something?
Yeah, he went back into his timers going again, but it was like a 42, I believe, so still both great times for randomizer. It was a pretty lucky seed, I think, for both of them.
Yeah.
But for the first half, they were kind of neck and neck, and then once they got laurels, it just kind of comes down to routing and where you decide to go.
Yep, absolutely. And it was so open too, right? Both kind of going in completely different directions at the beginning, and then converging on the laurels, and then heading towards the monastery together, and then spreading out again from there. And yeah, just really shows, what each of the runners thought was going to be more important for them, and what they thought was going to be easier to get to. It's really, really cool to watch.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hello.
55 was like insanely fast, so 52 wasn't good enough to win, but I will take that any day. Crazy.
Yeah. 52 beats my fastest randomizer time.
This
Let
is
alone
actually faster.
the 44.
Both of these, I mean, we can't submit them because this is, I guess, let me take a step back and say, we also have a TUNIC randomizer speedrun.com board, which is pretty silly because it's almost 100% random where the items are and how fast you can feasibly go. But the world record on that board right now is like a 53. So since somebody vetted the seed, we can't submit these, but I'll say both of these times are incredible. So GG, Samson, that was crazy.
GG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, my time could have been way worse, but I had a feeling. I was like, if I were vetting a seed, I would put a key in the library. So I just powered the fuses. No idea if the green key was up there or not. And I checked the hint and it was like, huh, good guess. This time could have been way worse if I hadn't made some good guesses, but I made some pretty bad ones too, so.
Yeah, one of the things that I found really interesting was both of you were just going in completely different directions for almost the entire game.
Really?
Yeah, Samson, you started off going left. Rad, you started off going right. And you two didn't really converge anywhere until Laurels. And you both got Laurels within a minute of each other.
That's awesome.
Nice.
You both got the distant dong on the West Bell within like seconds of each other.
Excellent.
From opposite sides of the overworld.
I was really hoping that Samson didn't find the wand, because it was kind of like, it was like one of those like, maybe he didn't come over here, right? Like maybe I got lucky, because I'm, Samson is known for going East Forest pretty early. So I was like, maybe, but now I feel like I have to rush East Forest, and now I'm behind if I do that. So I was like trying to, mix in some stuff that didn't necessarily make a ton of sense, but like, I didn't want to just be playing catch up the whole time. So I kind of had to decide, like, am I going to be just kind of retracing steps, or am I going to just take a gamble on like West Garden or Quarry? And unfortunately no keys in either one, but how about that Slorm Pit?
Oh god, that was scary.
I didn't see this one fit. Where was that at?
I decided to do a quick lap around Frog's Domain.
Oh, that pit.
Dude, first of all, the throne room?
Yep.
I just tossed some fire bombs down there, and it didn't do a ton. And there were like, 4 snipers? If not more, in that room?
I think there were like 2 of each, yeah.
Yeah.
I panicked. Because, I seen the ice rod, I went down there to get it, and then, I, zooped past the item. So then they all just started aiming at me, and I was like, oh man, do I save him quick? Because I didn't save in Domain. So I got scared. I was like, I don't want to die down here.
Dude, I
paused
I was
for
like...
a second and thought about it, and I was like, no, I think I can get it.
Yeah, I knew we talked about this, I think, yesterday, that I never save down there, and I always get punished for it. And I had 3 flasks, and I was like, this can't, I mean, I've got some upgrades, it should be okay. And then I saw the throne room, and it was like, bro, what am I doing? And I quit out after picking up the dagger with maybe 2 HP. Like, it was, let me put it this way, like, I didn't win, but I'm like 10 out of 10 happy with that run. There's so many hype moments in my half that if you did anything cool, this was like one of the coolest races ever. So
It was super cool to watch, I'll give you that.
Yeah, as us watching you both kind of converge at Laurels like at the exact same time was like, it was very cool.
That's wild.
I
I
cannot wait
felt
to go back.
behind because of where the wand was. So I was like, okay, Red might have gotten wand and then rang the bell, like instantly, and then went to forest.
Yeah.
But I was like, he still has to come to forest, I guess, to get this bell. And the
Yeah.
blue key being in forest, I was like, okay, maybe that gives me like a little bit of like an edge then.
When you were trying to ring the bell from near Dark Tomb, Rad was like making his way to the other side to do it from that other spot you can do it, and you both just kind of did it at the same time, and then we're in like the temple at the same time. It was awesome.
I rolled
really
my
cool.
eyes when I read the hint for sure. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I should have just guessed that. But
I didn't think that's where it was gonna be, but
it was
I guess
good.
for a race,
I
like
mean,
a curated seat, it's pretty entertaining. You know.
I'm glad it wasn't just in the open somewhere. I actually kind of, so this is gonna sound very dumb, but one of the reasons I went right at the beginning was because I thought I might have seen them outside the special shop, like in the opening crawl. Like I think there was a page there, and something about the color, like the reflection off of it, was like, did I see that? Like I wasn't sure, so I was like, I'll just open East Forest anyway. But then I ran out of bombs. Samson, if you go back and watch this, you're gonna laugh because I had to go into bottom of the well because I got anklet really early, and I was like, okay, let me just check a few checks down here, and I got 6 bombs and just quit out. I was like, finally, I couldn't go anywhere. Like I was locked out of West Overworld because I'd used the bombs to open
get
up
over there.
the forest. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, I guess I could have used an enemy, but I was like, I'll just grab some checks. I got lucky, got one of the big bomb chests or checks, but
I think I picked up a couple of little ones along the way to forest, but in my head I was like, I'm gonna do this left side like overworld because I seen gun in shop. I was like, maybe I'll have enough money before I make my way to forest to just buy a gun, like worst case scenario, instead of having to get like bombs.
okay. Well, I guess we should probably wrap up. We're a little over our allotted time. I can't wait to go back and watch this.
Not by much.
Yeah. No. We're good. I'm not like worried about it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well,
By the
I
way,
guess
I'm
I
not
should
voicing
ask.
about it anymore, so
Oh, okay.
yeah, they can actually hear me.
That's
And
good.
Rad, I do want to say you did a very fantastic job with putting all of this together. You basically had it down by the second, and it was just such a level of meticulousness that I just have to appreciate. So I just wanted to give you your flowers in that regard. I want to thank everyone who set aside some of their time to be with us today to run the game, as well as all the commentators, and you, Dicey, as well, for spending some time to be with us here right now.
Absolutely.
And so with that,
let me reiterate. Let me say a few more things. So,
Sure.
Dicey, thank you so much for joining.
You're kind of roboting.
Yeah.
You're cutting out a little bit, Rad.
That was
I'm glad it's not just me that's hearing the roboting.
I'm glad
Just
it wasn't during the race.
Yeah,
So I
me
was like,
too.
hey, can you- That's okay. Any better now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Oh, there
You're
we
good
go.
now. We basically didn't hear anything of what you said, so you might want to.
Yeah, start from when you were
Good.
about to talk
No.
to Dicey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say thanks for joining, because I know we have Tunic it's been a long time since Tunic's come out, and you worked on it for a long time, before the game came out, and you know, I'm sure at some point you're gonna want to move on with your life, but in the meantime, dipping in to commentate or help out, in whether it's an interview or just interacting with the community, it's always super appreciated. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Jim, Silent, thanks for commentating. Do you want to say anything before we sign off?
Silent go.
I mean, thank you, Rad, for putting this all together. Like, Rad did so much work behind the scenes to put all of this together. It's actually kind of crazy. So, like, he deserves all the credit in the world for this.
Yeah.
So, but thank you for having me or inviting me to run and do commentary, and yeah, just thank you, Rad. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Also thank you, Rad. I'm just glad to be involved. Honestly, like I know I'm not a speedrunner, so that puts me in a, I'm not gonna say like a lower tier, but maybe not the first choice for inclusion. And I'm just glad to have a place here. I also want to extol the entire crowd. Give everybody a follow. Everybody who is in this showcase. They're all fantastic streamers. They all stream the speedruns, which are just great to watch. This is just such a great game to watch. Even when the speedruns are going poorly, it's a great game to watch. So yeah, join up with the community, and gun percent is really accessible, so everybody can be here.
Hey,
Check
Jim,
out the randomizer.
Jim, you might not be a speedrunner, but you're a speedrun enjoyer, and that's close enough.
Yep, all the same, really.
I'll take close enough.
Yeah, I really like that we kind of keep the randomizer and speed communities together. I hope nobody ever gets annoyed about it if they're only like in it for the speed game, but I feel like we can cross-pollinate a lot, and the enthusiasm
It's like they're pretty
is infectious,
adjacent to each other.
Honestly, even with the vanilla and randomizer communities that exist separately, they do a lot of work together. So, anyway, I do think...
we even added a vanilla mode to the randomizer because people want to play the game just with the quality of life improvements we've added to like tracking, you know, how many items you have. Although that's against the ethos of the game, so like maybe consider not having a like my number tracker of every check in the game, but it's there. You know, people tend to enjoy the work we do, specifically Silent on the randomizer. Major shout out to like this just being like a crazy thought that you had one day and then turning into this just like absolute monstrosity of options and fun that we have together. So rando.tunic.run if you want to download that. And I guess just don't forget we have Fastest First Fall Fest.
Yeah,
in just
2
a couple
weeks.
Weekends. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
and I hear some Raccoon guy is going to be running Kingsley Adventure. I don't know who he is, but I hope he does well.
I'm gonna have to go find him because, yeah, I don't know. He hasn't played Kingsley's in a while. I need to make sure he practices that.
Man. Anyway, in all seriousness, good luck on your run in a couple weeks. And especially, I want to especially make sure to wish you the best of luck opening GDQ in a couple of months. I know you're going to do great. I know you're going to do great. And with
Thank you very much.
I think we're going to go ahead and start wrapping this up. We are going to go ahead and raid the RPG Valkyries. So I think maybe just spam them with love if you have our emotes. I think that's a good way to go. So thank you all for coming out tonight. We really do appreciate your support. Please make sure you check out the Fastest First Fall Fest Marathon happening in a couple of weeks' time, starting Friday, November 10th at 10 a.m. Eastern not daylight time, Eastern Standard Time. We'll be out of daylight savings time by the time that comes around. So anyway, for Radicoon, for Silent, for King Samson, Jim the Eternal, for Dicey, it's Oasis here saying take care of yourselves. Never forget that you matter, and we will see you next time. Have a wonderful night, everybody.